Chapter 744. Rather than calling Kumu Mountain, it would be more accurate to call it a gigantic tree that towered into the clouds. 23WX would name Old Earth. Old Earth would had an extremely long lifespan. This old Earth would already had over 1,000,000 years of history. From reckless, savage demon Venerable's era to red dust demon Venerable, to Genesis Lotus immortal Venerable, leaving heaven demon Venerable, giant sun immortal, to spectral soul demon Venerable, and paradise earth immortal Venerable. Even after paradise earth immortal Venerable's death, it was still alive. When it was flourishing, the dense green leaves covered the sky and earth and produced countless fresh fruits. On its thick branches, unique tree fields could be created. During its glorious years, it was usually occupied by the strongest Gu immortals of northern plains, or by the strongest forces. But as the river of time continued to wash away the greenery, the thick tree walls started to turn mottled. The glory dissipated, and the wind became silent. The old earth would that had once caused countless great experts to fight for it, causing them to bleed and even die, finally ushered in its lonely old age. The withered and smooth tree trunks seemed to only be able to reflect the past prosperity from the shadows of the trees that shrouded an area. Right now, the old earth wood's trunk had already withered to death. Only a small portion of the branches still had traces of life. From a rare treasure that everyone fought for, it had become an ancient monument that everyone admired. It was like a hunched giant, sitting on the ground obediently, waiting for the end of its lifespan. Feng Yuan came here naturally not to admire the old earth wood, but for the immortal zombie that lived on it. This immortal zombie was a woodpath Gu immortal. His name was Guyi. If Feng Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he first needed an immortal zombie's introduction. Feng Yuan had already inquired about Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Lishan. The reason why he chose Guyi, it was not because he was special, it was purely because he was the closest to this place. As he got closer to the old earth wood, Feng Yuan purposely slowed down, but Guyi did not appear. He could not help but frown. This Guye's vigilance was too low. Finally, when he arrived at the old earth wood, Feng Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord here? I am Sha Huang." His voice reverberated throughout the old earth tree, causing the withered leaves to fall one after another. From the depths of the old earth wood, a figure shot out. "Why is there someone else? Do you really think that I, Guyi, am a pushover?" His voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. Guyi appeared in front of Feng Yuan. His whole body was withered and yellow, tall and thin like an old log. The exposed skin had wood patterns. It was the body of a rotten wood immortal zombie. Guyi was stunned when he saw Feng Yuan, and the anger on his face dissipated. His tone was hesitant as he said, I am Sha Huang. Recently, he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. I want to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old D-City Lord can recommend me?" Feng Yuan bowed and went straight to the point, stating his purpose. "Ah, so you are a newbie that wants to join Zombie Alliance. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Gu Ye's expression changed as he hurriedly returned the greeting with a smile. "I thought forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Since we are all in the same boat, please come in. Please come in." Feng Yuan slowly flew up. Under Gu Ye's lead, they passed through countless thick branches and rotten leaves, arriving at the depths of the old earth wood's branches. There was a city here. It was a wooden city carved from the branches of the old earth wood. It had a unique style. Countless wooden houses were stacked on top of each other, tall and short. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes. They were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed. Many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant. They could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall, landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is Old D-City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place. Many talented people gathered here. It was even the center of northern plains. Feng Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead. There is no meaning to it. Brother Sha calls me Old D-City Lord. Hee, the name is no longer true. Gu Yi smiled bitterly beside him. Honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of woodpath resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Feng Yuan nodded, casually agreeing, that's true. Gu Yi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up. I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance. You must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the old Earth with mission. Feng Yuan had already noticed that Gu Yi was injured. Hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Gu Ye's face. One side of Gu Ye's face was swollen. It was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black, poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Feng Yuan asked. Sigh, brother, you have just become an immortal zombie. You do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Gu Yi sighed. Just as he was about to pour out his grievances, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old earth would shook violently. Withered leaves flew everywhere. Even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Gu Ye's expression changed. Immediately, Feng Yuan heard someone shouting from outside. Surnamed Gu, come out. This divine lord is here to make a deal with you. Gu Ye's expression became even uglier. His eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tian, do again! Boom! Another rumble of thunder. The old earth would shook violently again. Its branches and leaves fell like a storm. A large number of exquisite wooden houses collapsed, raising dust and smoke. Another Gu immortal shouted from outside. Gu Yi right, come out. I am sure Ho, come out. I have something to discuss with you. The moment he said that, there was another loud explosion. The old earth would let out a worrisome groan. Looking at this situation, it seemed like the other party would not give up until Gu Yi appeared. Gu Ye's expression was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and breathed in deeply, forcing a smile at Feng Yuan. Brother Sha, take a seat. I will be back soon. No problem. I will go with you, Feng Yuan said. A wisp of a moved expression surged onto Gu Ye's face, and he cupped his hands and thanked sincerely. Then, thank you, brother. The two walked out of the old earth wood and saw 2 rank 6 Gu immortals floating in the sky. One was tall and muscular with bronze skin, lightning coiled around his body. He was divine Lord Tian. The other was tall and muscular with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. He was sure Ho. Seeing Feng Yuan, divine Lord Tian was slightly stunned before smiling. To think that Gu Yi had a helper. But it is a pity he is still an immortal zombie. He did not conceal his disdain towards immortal zombies. You. Gu Yi was furious. He was about to speak. Divine Lord Tian waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not waste time with you. I know you still have wilted essence. My friend here has an immortal Yuan stone. He will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. You want to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence with an immortal Yuan stone. Why don't you just rob me? Gu Yi stomped his feet in anger as he shouted, I can rob you, but because you are Divine Lord's friend, I have to give you some face. Sure Ho snickered. His attitude was extremely arrogant, as if he had Gu Yi in his grasp. You two are shameless. You are robbers. Gu Yi stared with wide eyes. He was about to explode from anger, but he did not make a move. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party was 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, while he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. His blessed land was dead. He only had a dozen or so immortal Yuan stones. Even though he had the strength to fight, what would happen after that? Not to mention whether he could defeat them. Even if he did, his green grape immortal essence would be greatly depleted. He could not replenish it with his blessed land. He could only use immortal Yuan stones. After fighting this battle, he would be completely bankrupt. Gu Yi was filled with worries. He looked at Fang Yuan, who was beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tiandu and Sure Ho were also paying attention to Fang Yuan. Tiandu Divine Lord had extorted Gu Yi many times before. He knew Gu Ye's background, but did not know Fang Yuan's origin, and it seemed that Fang Yuan was a helper that Gu Yi had invited. Why would Fang Yuan help Gu Yi for no reason? His gaze flickered. He showed hesitation as he asked Gu Yi with a weak voice, "Brother Gu, what is going on?" "Who is the other party? They are forcefully buying it. Is Zombie Alliance not going to do anything about it?" Seeing Fang Yuan's hesitation, Gu Yi lost all hope. He sighed deeply. "Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford this price. When Leader was around, it was still fine, but now, sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little brother, after you join the Zombie Union, you will slowly understand." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan's face showed shock, disappointment, and worry for his future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tiandu and Sure Ho looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. So this new immortal zombie wants to join Zombie Alliance. It seems that the extortion succeeded again. The two transmitted to each other. Sure enough, as they expected, Gu Yi had no choice but to accept their offer. In the end, 1 immortal Yuan stone was used to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Ha ha ha, let's have a pleasant transaction. Gu Yi, next time you ask for a helper, you should at least ask a living person. The two laughed loudly and left. Chapter 745. Fang Yuan looked at Divine Lord Tiandu and Sure Ho's disappearing figures. He retracted his gaze and looked at immortal zombie Gu Yi, who was beside him with flickering eyes. His tone was hesitant as he said, "Brother Gu, I wonder, how many times has this happened?" Gu Ye's sorrowful expression faded slightly. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and consoled him. "Not too many times. It is just that Qin Bai Sheng's auction is about to be held. Some shameless people are trying to gain the qualifications to participate in this grand event." Fang Yuan did not stand up for him, but Gu Yi did not blame him. He did not have much hope in the first place. The sorrow and disappointment in his heart had nothing to do with Fang Yuan. This way, even though they had not interacted for a long time, Gu Yi was even more certain. Fang Yuan's situation was similar to his, or even worse. He was a fallen Gu immortal who had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. But this is too unsightly. Fang Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression in Gu Ye's eyes was the reflection of his true emotions. At least there is a fig leaf. Gu Yi did not suspect him. He looked at the immortal Yuan stone in his hand with a mocking gaze. This immortal Yuan stone was the price that Sure Ho and Divine Lord Tiandu had to pay for the 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He waved the immortal Yuan stone in his hand. "Look, even though Divine Lord Tiandu and Sure Ho are strong, they are wary of the Zombie Alliance behind us. They still have to give us some face. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance's face is only worth 1 immortal Yuan stone?" Fang Yuan's tone was very pale. His tone was weak and probing. Gu Yi smiled. His smile was very bitter. It was mixed with a lot of helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. He looked at Fang Yuan. It was like he was looking at himself when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. "Brother Shah, You have also reached this step now. You also know the disadvantages of being an immortal zombie. Our immortal zombie blessed lands are dead. We cannot manage them. We cannot produce immortal essence. To put it bluntly, he was half dead, struggling at death's door. Thus, compared to those living goo immortals, they are more reliant on external resources. You may have heard of it long ago. Yes, there are many immortal zombies like us in Zombie Alliance. But if you want to rely on these people to back you up and protect your reputation, you have to do it. You have to pay a price too. Gu Ye's words were meaningful. Pay. Fang Yuan pretended to be confused. Of course, to invite a rank 6 immortal zombie, he needed 2 immortal yuan stones. This was just the starting price. The exact amount would depend on the intensity of the battle. He needed a rank 7 immortal zombie to help. It required 20 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Similarly, this price was also the starting price. If you have enough immortal yuan stone, you can ask the entire Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have the money or don't want to pay the price, then that's all you have. As Guyi spoke, he raised the immortal yuan stone in his hand, slightly and deliberately shook it. Immortal zombie blessed lands were already dead. It was hard to manage and generate income. They had to rely on external resources even more. In such a situation, immortal zombies had to deliberately scheme against each other. Often, they had to endure more and fight less. Only by doing so could they barely maintain their livelihood. Like Fang Yuan before, he could not produce his own green grape immortal essence. He could only use immortal yuan stone as a substitute. The pressure was too great. When he fought with Hei Cheng, his finances almost collapsed and he fell into a predicament again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. His immortal aperture's dead land was no longer so important. Even more fortunate was that he obtained Wisdom Gu's help. The benefits of using the light of wisdom were enormous. First, he transacted with the land spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe and got Fang Yuan out of the quagmire. Next, he used the light of wisdom to create air sac Gu, sold guts Gu, and even made Crane Gate compromise, greatly improving his living environment. If I didn't have these things, I might be in the same miserable situation as Gu Yi. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, but on the surface he showed a look of realization and took a step back, cupping his fists and bowing. Brother Gu, I have learned a lot. Gu Yi shook his head. I don't need to explain these principles. You will understand them after some time. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance first. Fang Yuan followed Gu Yi to the depths of the branches of the old earthwood and saw that exquisite and beautiful wooden city again. Gu Yi led the way, arriving at the large plaza at the center of the wooden city. The plaza was in ruins from the shattered tiles, the surrounding ruined flower beds, and the already dried-up fountain. One could see a trace of its former prosperity. Gu Yi and Fang Yuan stood at the center of the plaza. Rise. Gu Yi mobilized his primeval essence, and the plaza's ground immediately lit up. The thick ground became translucent, like a huge piece of jade. Light flowed in the jade, and the figures of countless Gu worms danced in the air. At the same time, from Gu Ye's body, a large number of mortal Gu flew out. They were mostly rank 5 space path Gu and rank 4 wood path Gu. These Gu worms flew above Fang Yuan's head, spinning rapidly in the air like tornadoes. In the dim environment, they gradually drew out colorful lights. Gu Yi continued to move. These lights increased rapidly, and soon, the sky above Fang Yuan's head was a vast expanse of dark blue. Tens of thousands of mortal Gu. With some mystical pattern, their abilities were ingeniously combined together, superimposing on each other and amplifying each other, finally forming a kind of power. This is a top-tier mortal killer move that our Zombie Alliance developed. It is called Green Crystal Hero Path. It can travel over 100,000 li, directly connecting the old Earth Wood and Zombie Alliance. We immortal zombies are Gu immortals, after all. Our bodies are covered in down marks. Ordinary methods cannot transport us. Guyi explained at an appropriate time. Feng Yuan nodded. Although immortal zombies had low battle strength, which led to their low status and rigid thinking, most of their foundations still remained. Especially when immortal zombies were in the same situation, they could put aside their prejudices and cooperate more than ordinary Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange for him to develop a top-tier mortal killer move. Gu Yi continued, I took care of the myriad poison date tree in the Zombie Alliance for 2 years. Only then did he have enough Zombie Alliance contribution points to exchange for the green crystal heroic path. Oh, by the way, you still don't know. Brother Shah, in the future, if you want to choose a mission outside, the Zombie Alliance has set the first condition. Grasping green crystal hero path killer move. Only like this can you communicate with the Zombie Alliance at any time. They didn't have fixed immortal travel or starry door. He did not have moving perspective Gu either. Ordinary Gu immortals could not use connecting heaven Gu or whole earth Gu to communicate with their dead apertures. Because connecting heaven Gu and whole earth Gu were mortal Gu, the reason why they could connect blessed lands and grotto heavens was because the two small worlds were silently contributing the heavenly power of heaven and earth. The immortal zombies' blessed lands and grotto heavens were already dead. They were unable to use the power of heaven and earth. To set up connecting heaven Gu and whole earth Gu, Gu immortals from both sides had to agree. That was the only way. Only then would the immortal aperture contribute heaven and earth power. If it was secretly set up without the power of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to connect. If he used connecting heaven Gu or whole earth Gu, if it was set up in the 5 regions, it would not be able to be used. Ah, so green crystal hero path killer move is so important. Hearing Gu Ye's explanation, Feng Yuan showed some envy on his face. Gu Yi caught sight of Feng Yuan's expression. He felt refreshed. The anger and grief from forcefully buying it earlier had also eased up by a lot. Happiness usually came from comparison. At once, Gu Yi felt that Feng Yuan was even more pleasing to the eye. A thick beam of green light shot into the sky from the dense, withered, and yellow branches of the underground world tree. A moment later, over 100,000 li away, in Dark Flow City, at the southeast corner of the plaza, a dark green pillar of light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza. It illuminated the surroundings, turning the surroundings green. Strong winds blew. The iron-hanging lanterns in the plaza shook and creaked. The light quickly dissipated. Gu Yi and Feng Yuan appeared in the originally empty plaza. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Gu Yi composed himself and started walking, with Feng Yuan following closely behind. This huge city called Shadow Flow was completely black, and it was like a primeval beast that was quietly entrenched on the ground. The sun was setting in the west. There was still light. But Dark Flow Giant City was emitting dense darkness from every brick and tile, turning the surrounding 1,000 li into darkness, especially towards the center. The closer they got to Dark Flow Giant City, the denser the darkness. Feng Yuan and Gu Yi walked in, not seeing a single person along the way. On both sides of the long street, there were street lamps every few hundred steps. But these street lamps were emitting weak yellow light. They could only illuminate tens of steps. Between the street lamps, there was a long stretch of darkness, making the giant city seem even more dark and empty. The huge Dark Flow City was like an empty city. But indistinctly, there were still some noises coming from below the giant city. This is our Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Northern Plains. It is as large as a mountain. It has 7 floors. The bottom 5 are the residences of mortal Gu masters. They're very lively. The next floor is for people who have some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor has a discussion hall where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed all year round. Gu Yi explained at an appropriate time. Feng Yuan nodded, not surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization with only immortal level members. It included mortal Gu masters. It was just that these Gu masters mostly walked the dark path, nurturing corpses, controlling corpses, and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while, but did not see anyone. They arrived at the door of a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were two tall stone statues. They were even taller and stronger than Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan looked carefully, squinting his eyes as he found that these two stone statues were not simple. You also found it strange? This is Yin Lugong's immortal killer move rock skin coffin. Inside it are not ordinary zombies. They are immortal zombies. Guyi said this, his tone turning gloomy. Yin Lugong is one of the experts of our zombie alliance. When the leader left Northern Plains, he appointed 3 Vice City lords. He is one of them. He can control immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Lugong. Fang Yuan silently engraved this name in his mind. He did not have this name in his previous life's memories, but just based on Yin Lugong's ability to control immortal zombies to fight, it was worth paying attention to. In my previous life, when I rose up, it was already 300 to 400 years later. During this time, there were many heroes, but because of various reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fang Yuan was vigilant. He was not careless at all. You push the door. Gu Yi suddenly moved to the side. As long as you can push this door open, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan silently stretched out his arms and placed them on the door. With a light push, he pushed the door open a crack. Immediately, over 20 sharp, gloomy, or lifeless gazes shot towards Fang Yuan through the crack. Fang Yuan purposely had a slight change in expression. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open completely. Chapter 746. Central Continent. White egrets were flying in the sky. The weather was good. 3 rank 7 Gu immortals from Combat Immortal Sect were gathered in the sky. According to Monkey King's request for help, this should be the place. Qian Zhu Xian looked around and said. He was dressed in a green robe, his body was tall, and his eyes were deep like an ancient lake, without any ripples. There is nothing strange about this place. The Grotto Heaven crack mentioned in the letter has already closed. But to confirm this place, we will need Divine Mother's method. Valley, Lord Ming, he who was dressed in a white robe, said, looking at the person beside him. Beside him was a female Gu immortal. She had a dignified and beautiful appearance, wearing a golden robe and emitting a dignified aura. She was a space path Gu immortal called Divine Mother Jukong. She was the oldest among the 3 immortals, having lived for over 900 years. Divine Mother Jukong closed her eyes, quietly using some mysterious method. Her aura was still calm, without any obvious fluctuations. After a while, she opened her eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. It is indeed here. Starry sky, Grotto Heaven is here. The other 2 immortals heard this, and their spirits rose. Back then, 7-Star Child was not famous, but he cultivated to this stage without anyone knowing. He even allowed his Grotto Heaven to devour a fragment of blue sky. Precisely because of this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven still exists until now. Amazing. Qian Zhu Xian sighed. Since the immemorial antiquity era, the Gu Master World had a total of 9 heavens. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. They formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Rin Zhu's children. Until now, only black and white heavens were left, alternating with each other. 7-Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past and secretly devoured a fragment of blue sky. This allowed his Grotto Heaven to still exist and not become a dead aperture. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was also a world. Worlds could naturally devour each other. The most famous example was Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 8 Gu Immortal Taoist, many treasures. He unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of yellow sky. Therefore, after he integrated it into his own Grotto Heaven, Jewel Yellow Skies was formed. After Jewel Yellow Skies was formed, it immediately became different and stood tall until today. Once the grotto heaven devours the 9 heavens fragment, it will gain many benefits. Not only would it produce some unpredictable magical effects, the power of the immortal apertures, heaven and earth, was endless. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were greatly weakened, to the point where they had completely disappeared. If I could get my hands on a fragment world like this, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep. Valley Lord Ming, he said enviously. Come on, Fate River. Raise your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a rank 8 Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven has the possibility of devouring a 9 heavens fragment world. Qian Zhu Xian smiled. Hearing this, Valley Lord Ming, he nodded. He smiled bitterly. I also want to reach rank 8, but I have no confidence in passing the second Grand Tribulation. Thinking about how a rank 8 Gu Immortal has to go through a Grand Tribulation every 50 years, I shudder. As for the 10,000 tribulations that are even more terrifying than the Great Tribulations, I simply cannot imagine it. Perhaps only a fellow like Shirley would not be afraid. Blessed lands had blessings, but heaven and earth needed to be balanced. Thus, calamities and tribulations would descend once in a while. Rank 6 Gu Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, heavenly tribulations were often used to measure a Gu Immortal's cultivation level. Fang Yuan was a second heavenly tribulation expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu Immortal passes 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, becoming a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Rank 7 Gu Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, a grand tribulation every 100 years. Qian Zhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming, he were first grand tribulation experts. Divine Mother Jukong was 1 level higher than them. She had second grand tribulation cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, there were no earthly calamities, but a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were many times more terrifying than heavenly tribulations. Gu Immortals were known as beyond redemption. The difficulty of passing tribulations was extremely high. Thus, the 9 heavens fragment became even more precious, because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the Gu Master Great World. Calamities and tribulations would only descend on immortal aperture worlds like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They had never appeared in the 5 regions or the 9 heavens. After a grotto heaven devours a 9 heavens fragment, from a certain perspective, it would become a part of the Gu Master Great World. Thus, the scale and power of calamities and tribulations would be greatly reduced. The Gu Immortal would die, but the grotto heaven would not. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. 7-star child had already become an immortal zombie, but the grotto heaven was still intact. If the 9 heavens fragment that was devoured was too big, the calamities and tribulations would disappear. For example, Jewel Yellow Skies was like this. There had never been any calamities or tribulations. It had become the largest trading market in the Gu Immortal world. Devouring a 9 heavens fragment has many benefits indeed. But don't forget there is a flaw in this. Even if you only devour a bit of a 9 heavens fragment, it will be tainted by the aura of the great world. Once the grotto heaven is devoured, it cannot be taken back into the body. Divine Mother Jukong reminded. Qian Zhu Xian nodded, agreeing. In short, devouring a 9 heavens fragment means the Gu Immortal will lose their freedom. They can only stay in their immortal aperture world for the rest of their lives, unable to move about outside. Such a loss can be said to be disastrous. But if there is a 9 heavens fragment in front of me, I would rather choose this fragment. That's right. Valley Lord Ming, he agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to pass. Sometimes I even want to become an immortal zombie. At least, there would be no calamities or tribulations in their land of death. All right, let's get down to business. We have purposely dawdled these days. That Monkey King should have learned his lesson by now. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes again. Valley Lord Ming, he fell into silence. Qian Zhu Xian laughed lightly. Ha! After we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer maintain her composure. Her golden robe fluttered without any wind. Immortal Gu aura surged out. Open. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was extremely sharp, directly creating a hole in the void in front of her. The hole was the size of a normal person. Through this hole, the three Gu immortals could see the scene inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The three immortals did not speak. Qian Zhuxian went in first. Next was Valley Lord Ming, and finally Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the three Gu immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qian Zhuxian and Valley Lord Ming, he showed astonished expressions. Divine Mother Ju Kong's expression turned solemn. Her relaxed expression was swept away as she muttered. Entering but not entering, exiting but not exiting. Space rotates and replaces each other. This is the mystical ability of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven after absorbing the blue sky fragment. Yes, Shirley also mentioned this in his request for reinforcements. Valley Lord Ming, he recalled. But it is not strange. How can something that can trap this monkey be simple? Qian Zhuxian said. Divine Mother Ju Kong snorted coldly. At most, it will be a little troublesome. At the same time, Northern Plains, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance's branch. Dark Flow Giant City. This place was filled with dense darkness. Even if it was a clear sky, it could not shine any light in here. Fong Yuan pushed open the door and was scrutinized by over 20 gazes. He purposely showed a cowardly expression on his face before he walked into the discussion hall with a solemn expression. He bowed and said loudly, I am Sha Huang. Greetings to my comrades. Comrades, this is a good word. Us Zombie Alliance members are in the same situation. We need to be in the same boat. At the center of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said, he was a fatty, 6 meters tall, the same height as Fong Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie, but he was 3 times fatter than Fong Yuan. His skin was bronze. His stomach was like a wine jar, large and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, and even his entire body had a sense of roundness. When Fong Yuan saw him, information flashed in his mind. Flesh bronze zombie body in Lugong. When Fong Yuan came to Zombie Alliance, he naturally inquired about some information from Fairy Li Shan. The immortal zombie Guyi beside him thought that Fong Yuan was a newcomer. He bowed and greeted. Guyi greets Lord Xin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. Fong Yuan also quickly said, Greetings to Lord Xin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. Saying so, he looked at Guyi with a gaze filled with gratitude. Guyi smiled at him. Yin Lugong sat on the main seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He sat upright. He had an ugly expression. His fangs were pale and sinister. On his right was Huang Quan Wang. He was old and had a hunched back. Even though he was filled with death energy, his rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had genuine rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City all year round. Sha Huang, is that your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha spoke. His voice was like metal striking metal. Once he spoke, there was a strong killing intent that made people feel like they were in the middle of a battlefield. This was related to his experiences in the past. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest many times. He relied on some fortuitous encounters in Imperial Court, blessed land to accumulate and become a Gu immortal. In other words, he had rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. The moment he spoke, his words showed his strong personality. It made people feel like he was being overbearing. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Sha Huang is the name I gave myself on the second day after I became an immortal zombie. It signifies a new beginning, but it also means that I have to forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven. Only after I regain my body and get rid of my immortal zombie status will I use my previous name. Once he said this, the immortals in the discussion hall showed complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some were sneering, some were speechless, some were lamenting, but most of them were understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance, his current state of mind, was something they had experienced before. But so many years had passed, the lofty aspirations they had back then were long gone. Their hopes were almost all gone. They were still immortal zombies. There was no change to their dreams. Chapter 747. The door of the discussion hall had an extraordinary origin. It was created by the predecessor who had created Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was unknown, but the method he used was truly ingenious. The door was covered in all kinds of Dao marks. Some even guessed that it was an expendable immortal goo. Only Northern Plains immortal zombies could obtain the acknowledgement of this door and easily open it. If they were not Northern Plains immortals, their immortal aperture worlds would contain the heaven and earth chi of other regions. They would be sent flying the moment they touched it. If they were Northern Plains goo immortals and not immortal zombies, this door would be heavier than a mountain. They would not be able to open it no matter how hard they tried. Even though Fang Yuan grew up in southern border, after coming to Northern Plains, he had already adapted to Northern Plains environment. He had also become an immortal in Northern Plains. Thus this door could not obstruct him. Dark Flow Giant City had been expanded countless times in history, but this door had always been preserved. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members were very confident in this door. Hearing Huang Quanwang's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan softened. Yin Lugong nodded slowly. Huang Quanwang is right. Please take a seat. We can discuss this matter. Also, give Gu Yi a merit. He recommended a new member. According to the rules, it will be counted as 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending new members would have benefits, but after hearing this news, he immediately turned his gaze towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi felt embarrassed. It was like he was taking advantage of him. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Sha, sit beside me. Everyone saw this scene. Their impression of Fang Yuan's ignorance deepened even further. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat in a circle. They were almost in a circle. Only the direction of the discussion hall's door was empty. A path was formed. The rest of the space was filled with seats. These seats were not just one row. They were divided into 3 rows from the bottom to the top. The bottom row could only accommodate rank 6 immortal zombies. It had the most people. The middle row was for rank 7 immortal zombies. There were only a few of them. The highest row was empty. There was no one. Only rank 8 immortal zombies could sit here. Gu Yi passionately pulled Fang Yuan to his seat. His seat was not empty. There was a will sitting there. He looked exactly like Gu Yi. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yi absorbed the will into his mind and immediately gestured for Fang Yuan to sit down. We don't have to attend every meeting. If we can't get away, we'll send a will to attend in place of our main bodies. Does Brother Sha have wisdom path, Gu Worms? If you don't have one, I can give you one. Gu Yi asked in a low voice. Of course, Fang Yuan replied. He showed his ignorance toward Zombie Alliance, but he did not want the immortal zombies to think that he was a complete newbie. The use of wisdom path Gu Worms was common knowledge to Gu immortals. Of course he wanted to know. Fang Yuan answered as he sat on Gu Ye's left. There was no one on either side of Gu Yi. There were so many seats. The immortal zombies were all scattered around. Although there were more than 20 of them, most of them were wills, and only a few of them were in their true bodies. Seeing that both Fang Yuan and Gu Yi had taken their seats, Yin Lugong coughed lightly and said, All right, let's begin the discussion. First, of course, we will discuss the necessary matters. Saying, He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. A flash of light suddenly rose up from the center of the round space. It turned into a volcano. This volcano was a little strange. It was very short. It was like a gourd, shaking intensely and spewing out hot lava from time to time. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. The flame cauldron has erupted. I'm sure everyone here knows about this. This is a troublesome matter. We have to deal with it and suppress it as soon as possible. The later we deal with it, the harder it will be to deal with. We have decided that if anyone can suppress the flame cauldron, they will obtain 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lugong said. The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other. Gu Yi took the initiative to introduce to Fang Yuan. The flame cauldron is an excellent place for gu refinement. It is especially good at refining fire path gu worms. In the history of our Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined an immortal goo in the flame cauldron. But in the last few hundred years, our Zombie Alliance has not produced another refinement path grandmaster. The flame cauldron has been left unused. It has only been used by the leader a few times. It has been in disrepair for a long time and is erupting more and more frequently. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued. The flame cauldron is extremely hot, especially at the center. It is simply a sea of fire. In the past, when this problem arose, the Fire Path Immortal Zombie would be the one to deal with it. But this Fire Path Immortal Zombie also needs a Refinement Path Foundation. They need to preserve or even repair the goo formation inside the flame cauldron. Otherwise, if they forcefully suppress it and destroy the arrangement, it would be better not to suppress it. If the mission fails, not only will they not get any contribution points, they will also have to pay for it. Fang Yuan understood. They needed fire path cultivation level and refinement path attainment. In this case, there were few suitable candidates. No wonder everyone stopped talking after discussing for a while. Their gazes turned to a certain will in the hall. Yin Lugong broke the silence. He looked at this will and said, In the past, the leader had to suppress it personally, but he has gone to Eastern Sea these years. In our Zombie Alliance, there is no more suitable candidate than you. A fire virtue, craftsman. Fire virtue, what do you think? This Red will pondered for a while before saying, My cultivation level is still low. I can barely suppress the flame cauldron. But since everyone has this thought, I will not reject it. It is just that 1,000 contribution points is too little. Yin Lugong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is just the initial amount. In that case, let's raise it to 1,200 points. Are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Fire Virtue replied. All right, let's move on to the second task. Yin Lugong did not waste time. He changed the topic. A Yiksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is causing trouble and is interfering with our black oil collection. Some time ago, Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient, desolate beast. If we can chase this beast away, we will get 1,000 contribution points. If we can kill this beast, we will get 2,000 contribution points. Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart jumped. The treasure he wanted to take was deep in Earth Trench. It was guarded by a group of Yiksha octopuses. This treasure, this was the main reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. On the circular empty ground, the image of a volcano eruption changed. It turned into an octopus monster that was wreaking havoc in Earth Trench. The huge tentacles danced in the air, setting off huge waves of black oil. Looking at this image, the discussion hall was even quieter than before. It was not easy to deal with an ancient, desolate beast, not to mention the fact that ancient, desolate beasts had rank 7 goo immortal battle strength. Immortal zombies themselves could not compare to ordinary goo immortals. They had more considerations. An intense battle would be more risky. If they could not gain an advantage, they might lose everything. Even if they won, they would need to look at the profits before and after the battle. If they won the battle but lost in terms of business, they might as well not fight. The immortal zombies here were all astute. Seeing that no one responded, Yin Lu Gong turned to Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Dragon Commander, this Yiksha octopus is suitable for your business. Why don't you accept this task? But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I will not hide it from you. I have already received Qin by Sheng's invitation to participate in the auction. There are 1 or 2 things that I have been pursuing for many years but could not obtain. At such a crucial moment, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to pay 600 contribution points. Add it to this task. Once he said that the gazes of many rank 6 immortal zombies shined. They had to kill this Yiksha octopus. For rank 6 immortal zombies, it was not easy. But to defeat it, as long as several rank 6 immortal zombies worked together, it was not difficult. But for this task, the reward of 1,000 contribution points was split among them. It was a little thin. Right now, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was paying from his own pocket, adding another 600 contribution points. This moved some people. It was true that fighting an ancient, desolate beast was risky, but as long as there were enough benefits, the risk would not be a problem. Immediately, 3 groups expressed that they could accept this task. The first 2 groups were made up of several rank 6 immortal zombies. The last group was made up of a rank 7 immortal zombie. After a round of discussion, this task was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome task was finally taken by someone, Yin Lu Gong let out a sigh of relief. Next is the final necessary task. It involves Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat? Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. He quickly thought of the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, that huge and glorious flying boat that rampaged through the battlefield. Gui, who was beside him, explained in a soft voice, You just joined Zombie Alliance. It is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal goo house in history. It has great power. Previously, a Northern Plains lone cultivator obtained the complete recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, but he did not have the ability to refine it, so he could only sell it. The leader wanted to buy the recipe. He spent a huge price and has already bought most of the recipes. Fang Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader is really ambitious. Immortal goo houses were more comprehensive than immortal killer moves. This was the symbol of a super force. Basically, every super force had an immortal goo house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader wanted an immortal goo house. He wanted to raise Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to the level of a super force. There is a problem now. Yin Lu Gong said in a low voice. That goo immortal who sold the Divine Boat recipe broke the agreement. He does not want to transact with us anymore. He wants to sell the entire recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the core immortal goo recipes at the auction to sell for a good price. How should our Zombie Alliance deal with this? The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other again. Another auction. These last days I have been extorted repeatedly because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of resentment, but it was not Gui. This goo immortal is quite daring. He is just a lone cultivator, but he actually broke the agreement of our Zombie Alliance. Kill him. We must kill him. Otherwise, if news of this spreads, our Zombie Alliance will lose all face. Even though Zombie Alliance is weaker than a super force, we're not someone a lone cultivator can bully. The immortal zombies shouted. Most of them wanted to fight. Chapter 748. The lone cultivator who sold the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was only rank 6 and had no background. Eventually, Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to find and kill this person, to restore Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important thing was to get the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. In fact, Zombie Alliance had already obtained most of it. Only a few core immortal goo recipes were left, as well as the secret to how to use goo worms together. Flame Cauldron, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat. These 3 important matters were settled. The discussion hall's atmosphere relaxed. Yin Lu Gong pointed at the table. Next, we will discuss the other missions. His finger tapped on the table, emitting a loud sound. The image of empty space in front of the immortal zombies changed again, turning into 4 square pillars. On each side of the thick square pillar, there were densely packed characters swimming about. Everyone, do you have any missions that you have not handed in? Yin Lu Gong asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up. Missions could be handed in at any time. They did not have to wait until the public discussion. Although Gu Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding the old earth would, the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission in advance would deduct a lot of contribution points. Very well, then report the missions. Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became lively. The voices became noisy. Gu recipes related to Gu refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising certain Gu worms, finding certain information. There were many types of them. Fang Yuan also spoke, requesting to purchase the method to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. This action caused many people to laugh at him. Brother Shah, you have not sworn an oath. You do not have a Zombie Alliance token or contribution points. How can you issue a mission? Gu Yi reminded him. Is that so? Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious. After the discussion ends, I will bring you to get your token. This token can also be used to record your contributions to Zombie Alliance. Also, your request is the wish of all of us immortal zombies. There is no need to specially request for it. Look at the few missions at the top. Gu Yi pointed at the constantly changing images. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and saw a few missions at the top of the mission board. One of them had a larger font than the others. Selling the history of Zombie Alliance. Research on how to get rid of an immortal zombie and obtain a new life. Fang Yuan read it word by word. There's a price tag there. However, even the smallest achievement requires 20 contribution points to exchange for it. Gu Yi was very familiar with this information. In fact, every immortal zombie was extremely familiar with the contents of this mission. Why did so many immortal zombies join Zombie Alliance? Wasn't it to find a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive? Zombie Alliance's original intention seemed to be to research how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance that revived because of these fruits? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors. I think so. Gu Ye's tone was also uncertain. I think so. Fang Yuan frowned. You should know that many of the research results here are worth at least 1,000 contribution points each. Only then can you exchange for them. And after you officially join the Alliance, you have to sign a contract that you cannot casually sell these research results. Gu Yi laughed bitterly and said, he saw Fang Yuan's frown deepen and said, you don't have to worry about anything, at least I can guarantee it. None of the research results here were fake or fake. I exchanged for one before. It was indeed very useful. If you can obtain these results, you will be standing on the foundation of our predecessors. You will be able to save a lot of hard work. Fang Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance. They understood the psychology of their members very well. They used the research results as a lure to entice their members. Almost all immortal zombies would fall for it. Even if immortal zombies exchanged for many research results, as long as they were not revived, they would have to continue working for Zombie Alliance. What was even more amazing was that Zombie Alliance left a trace of hope for immortal zombies. Even if this research result is not good, maybe the next research result can help me get out of this predicament. Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that the price was set very high, requiring a large number of contribution points to exchange for most of the research results. But thankfully, the inheritance in the Earth Trench was left behind by an immortal zombie, great expert. Among them was a research result regarding the rebirth of immortal zombies. In my previous life, Northern Plains immortal zombies benefited from this, and their battle strength rose rapidly. There was even a period of time when Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was sealed off. It was even stronger than Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's main goal in entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was that inheritance. As for working hard step by step and using contribution points to exchange for the research results of Zombie Alliance's missions, Fang Yuan was not interested. After all, it took too much time and effort. After a long while, the discussion hall gradually calmed down. All the immortal zombies reported their missions and gave out their contribution points and rewards. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image on the empty ground. Some were looking around, some were thinking with their eyes closed. Yin Lugong continued to host. Next, we will issue the missions. One by one, don't be noisy. First is to feed the ancient, desolate beast half-moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I will do it. I will accept this mission. I also want to compete for it this time. Yin Lugong had just finished speaking when several immortal zombies immediately spoke up, competing for this mission. Guyi explained to Fang Yuan in a soft voice, "The half-moon Qilin is an ancient, desolate beast. It is not easy to feed. But now its pregnancy is about to end and it is about to give birth to a crescent moon Qilin. This small Qilin is a desolate beast the moment it is born. After it grows up, it will become an ancient, desolate beast half-moon Qilin. Many of our Zombie Alliance members have been targeting this advantage for a long time. They all want to get close to the crescent moon Qilin and establish a close relationship with it. Then they will pay contribution points." So that's it. Fang Yuan finally understood the reason. No wonder everyone was fighting for it. The half-moon Qilin only needed to be raised carefully. After it matures, it would become an ancient, desolate beast with battle strength on par with rank 7 Gu Immortals. Even Fang Yuan's heart palpitated at this moment. But he was only moved. He had just arrived and had a secret goal: blind competition. Attracting unnecessary hostility and attention wouldn't do him any good. Regarding the feeding of the half-moon Qilin, everyone fought over it. Eventually, Yin Lugong lowered the contribution points for this mission to 300, causing others to sigh and give up. The only victor stood out: feeding the half-moon Qilin. This was not an easy task. Sometimes when the Qilin threw a tantrum, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it. Some even got injured. Most importantly, the Qilin was in extreme pain when giving birth. It would wreak havoc in the surroundings to distract them. This process was even more dangerous. Just 300 contribution points made most immortal zombies want to retreat. And even if the crescent moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie that fed it would only establish a connection first. At most, they would be taking advantage of it. The true competition would depend on the bidding of both sides. After the feeding of the half-moon Qilin, it was time to collect the Rui fungi. The Rui fungi are collected between Zombie Alliance and Lu Tribe. Every year, when the Rui fungi mature, it is time to collect them. They are split between the two forces. But Lu Tribe is powerful. They will bully us more or less. This is the difficulty of this mission. We need a strong immortal zombie to hold the fort. But we cannot be too domineering. Guyi explained. With Guyi by his side, Fang Yuan gained a lot of convenience. This mission was quite popular. It ended up in Granny Yuan's hands. This old immortal zombie not only had rank 7 cultivation, she also had a close relationship with Lu Tribe. With her around, Lu Tribe could not be too domineering. Next is the request from the Superforce Yao Tribe. They want our Zombie Alliance to send out another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to research, to modify his healing immortal goo. The reward for this mission is quite considerable, Yin Lugong said. Yin Lugong said, the immortal zombies all had an indescribable strange expression on their faces. Being studied by others was more or less a little damaging to one's self-esteem and a little embarrassing. But firstly, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Secondly, the reward for this mission was very generous. Everyone looked at each other, not speaking. Yin Lu Gong had expected this situation. He smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. I wonder if you, Xia Huang, are interested in this mission? Fang Yuan shook his head, forcing a smile. Not interested. He had too many secrets. Just his 2 apertures alone could not be exposed easily. Yin Lu Gong nodded. He did not try to persuade him. But his motive, other than probing Fang Yuan's character and foundation, was to instigate others. As expected, several immortal zombies quickly said that they wanted to accept this mission. These people continued to compete, but they did not speak loudly. They were all low and expressionless. After all, it was a loss of face to be used as research material by others. Gu Yi came to Fang Yuan's side and whispered. Fang Yuan knew about these immortal zombies. They were all low-level immortal zombies. They did not have a good life. Thus, between dignity and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all kinds. There were many of them. There was a mission to return an immortal Gu to the super force Yuan clan. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had lent an immortal Gu to Yuan clan. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, he had instructed Zombie Alliance to return the immortal Gu. But Yuan clan had passed the deadline. They did not return the immortal Gu. Every year, Zombie Alliance would send members to ask for the immortal Gu, but they failed every time. Not only did Yuan clan find excuses to evade, they were even beaten up and chased away. Initially, no immortal zombies accepted this mission. Yin Lu Gong could only raise the contribution points before he gave it out. There were also missions to purchase glass soil, drill soil, capture beast groups, and collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had gone around to purchase souls to produce Guts Gu. She had also found Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to go deep into earth trenches and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. By sprinkling black oil on the dead aperture blessed land, it could slow down the destruction of the blessed land. In the outside world, to other Gu immortals, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material. It had a huge market. Earth Trench's black oil was Zombie Alliance's main business. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into earth trenches to purchase black oil, they would keep a portion for themselves other than the portion they had to hand over. This mission's rewards were publicly recognized as the best among immortal zombies. Thus, almost everyone fought for it. Fang Yuan also wanted to fight for it. If he could use this to enter earth trenches and secretly obtain that inheritance, it would be great. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have a Zombie Alliance token. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Moreover, this mission had a time limit. Right now, Fang Yuan was busy with the auction and the Refinement Path Convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In order to get the only 3 spots for this mission, these 3 victors not only did not get any contribution points, they even had to hand over hundreds of contribution points to Zombie Alliance. Chapter 749. The black oil itself is expensive, but for immortal zombies, because it can delay the collapse of the blessed land, its value is even higher. Fang Yuan pondered. He also coveted the black oil. As his blessed land continued to collapse and disintegrate, it had shrunk by a lot. The black oil was also suitable for him. However, to obtain this black oil, he had to go through the Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains, Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was situated above the entrance of Earth Trench. Zombie Alliance's greatest force was stationed here. Although the Zombie Alliance delivered a large amount of black oil every year, there were fixed sellers. There were few goods, but the demand was high. It was a seller's market, just like the Guts Gu business. Thus, in this aspect, Fong Yuan could not interfere. Although he had formed an alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, his force was too small and could not compare to a super force. If that's the case, I'll have to take action from within the zombie alliance. Accepting this mission is one way. Fong Yuan secretly memorized the mission of gathering black oil. The meeting continued. In the meeting hall, the light was dim. There were more than 20 immortal zombies. Even though most of them were wills left here, the Yin energy was still very dense. The entire discussion lasted for a day and a night. Fong Yuan participated in the entire process and had a general understanding of Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than the super forces. But from many missions, it could be seen that the righteous path superforces were tacitly suppressing Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had many collaborations with demonic path Gu Immortals, especially snowy mountain-blessed land, the demonic path headquarters of Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance was a faction that was both good and evil. This position was related to the higher-ups. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. As long as it was an immortal zombie, there was almost no immortal zombie that did not want to be reborn. These immortal zombies came from all levels. When they were alive, they had all sorts of identities. After death, they gathered together because of the same goal. As long as it was related to the goal of rebirth, the Zombie Alliance would be very interested. They would do everything in their power to obtain it. As such, this involved many of the Righteous Path's benefits. Many of the Righteous Path's methods that couldn't see the light of day were frequently used by Zombie Alliance. This also led to another characteristic of the Zombie Alliance, which was that it had many members but a loose structure. The Zombie Alliance had more than 20 members. This number could not even be compared to the snowy, mountain-blessed land. Even though immortal zombies were usually weaker than living Gu Immortals, their combat strength was slightly weaker. However, with more than 20 members, they had the advantage of numbers. If they truly united, they would have long since become a superpower. However, the threshold to enter the Zombie Alliance was very low. This could be seen from Fong Yuan entering the alliance. The origins of immortal zombies were complicated. It was very difficult to work together. Thus, recently, many immortal zombies were extorted by Gu Immortals. After the meeting ended, Fong Yuan left a malicious message in the meeting hall. Then he followed Gu Yi to another hall and received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fong Yuan's contributions to the Zombie Alliance. Other than the token, there was also a set of information path, Mortal Gu. It was used for communication, to pass on Zombie Alliance missions, or for members to join. Significant information about a member's withdrawal or death. Gu Yi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fong Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow, Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow, Giant City freely. However, Fong Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fong Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie, known as Blazing Heaven Demoness. She had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fong Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Gu Yi only said one sentence, but Fong Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu Immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note. Gu Immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie. There were many other methods. For example, Woodpath Gu Immortals could turn into Tree Man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, Strength Path Gu Immortals and Fire Path Gu Immortals could not turn into Tree Man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Gu Immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie. She did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it. To what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for blazing heaven demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless. Since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Feng Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Gu Ye's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Feng Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Gu Yi still had the mission to protect the old Earthwood, so he bid farewell to Feng Yuan in Dark Flow, Giant City. Feng Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow, Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Feng Yuan activated 100 Li Eye at this moment and could see clearly. He knew that if he followed this entrance, the ravine would expand by tens of times or even hundreds of times. The interior of the Earth Trench could be said to be grand. The space was extremely vast. It was not a problem for it to contain tens of thousands of Dark Flow, Giant City. It was also extremely deep. No one in Zombie Alliance had ever explored its true depths. One day, I will go deep inside and take out the inheritance, increasing my foundation and bringing glory to the world. But now is not the time. Feng Yuan thought to himself, even if he did not become an immortal zombie, he would think of a way to take this inheritance. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze. He quickly flew up and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying for 1,000 li, the darkness that shrouded Dark Flow Giant City gradually dissipated. Feng Yuan could see the light of day again. He changed his direction and flew for over 10,000 li, finally confirming that there was no one following him. He landed in an inconspicuous forest, setting up mortal goo and activating fixed immortal travel. Green light flashed. He vanished on the spot. The mortal goo that were left behind were split up, minimizing the remnant aura of immortal goo. Feng Yuan returned to his immortal blessed land. While waiting for Fairy Li Shan's news, he started to research the Wisdom Path Killer move he had, harboring malicious heart. This mortal killer move was not used for offense. It used Wisdom Path methods, modifying a goo immortal's heart, filling it with Wisdom Path Tao marks inside and outside, turning it into malicious heart. If malicious heart was formed, not only would it use all the blood essence in the body, it would also generate a large amount of malicious intent. Moreover, when Feng Yuan used malicious intent to think, the consumption of malicious intent would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even though this mortal killer move was good, it was targeted at ordinary goo immortals. As for Feng Yuan, he was a Strength Path immortal zombie. His heart was filled with Strength Path Tao marks. He was not a Wisdom Path goo immortal. Most importantly, his blood essence was already dead. He could not use blood essence to nourish the malicious heart, and even transforming it into a malicious heart was a huge obstacle. Harboring malicious heart killer move, even though Feng Yuan could not use it. But the theory behind it gave Feng Yuan a lot of inspiration. Especially the contents of the killer move. It was somewhat similar to the killer move that Feng Yuan had obtained earlier. This killer move was obtained from Fairy Li Shan's Poison Breath. Poison Breath was a killer move that could spit out poisonous gas with every breath. After accumulating, it would deal heavy damage to the enemy, and harboring malicious heart. Every beat of the heart could transform blood essence into heart force, forming malicious intent. There were similarities between the two. I am not a poison path goo immortal, nor do I have a wisdom path foundation. But since there are similarities, I might as well use Wisdom Gu's power to give it a try. Northern Plains, Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, rank 8 Gu immortal princes and patients was sitting. Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng were excusing themselves. Go. I have many immortal Gu on me that do not suit my path. I need to exchange them at the auction. You have done a good thing for Northern Plains. You have prevented a lot of fighting and killing. Very good. Princes and patients let them go. His tone was filled with encouragement. Crown Prince cannot attend the auction. It is the regret of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Fairy Li Shan said respectfully. Princes and patients shook his head. There is no other way. I was adjusting my immortal apertures heaven and earth chi earlier, but because of the immortal Gu, I had to come out. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, go send them off. Behind princes and patients, there were 2 female attendants. They were both rank 6 female Gu immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow. The other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing princes and patients' orders, that cold female Gu immortal stood up and bowed to princes and patients, before saying to Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan, Please, we will have to trouble Swordmaster Yulan. Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless. They quickly responded. This Swordmaster Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated sword path. Her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong. Her sword path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Swordmaster Yulan led the 2. She was silent as she led the way. The 3 walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door, returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please wait. There is no need to send us off. Qin Bai Sheng said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength, he surpassed Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 Gu immortals behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky. It was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 great experts. We even used Mountain Pledge Gu to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way, the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Qin Bai Sheng smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an Immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Bai Sheng had a sincere expression of gratitude. Chapter 750. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan smiled as she received the Immortal Gu. After inspecting it, she placed the Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This matter is done. Let's split up and meet again in half a month. Half a month later, it was the agreed date for the auction. The location was Qin Bai Sheng's Bai Sheng Blessed Land. It was still situated in the Crimson Reed Marsh. The 2 immortals separated on the spot, each choosing a direction and flying away. Not to mention Fairy Li Shan's free time. She used moving perspective cups, Gu, to contact Fang Yuan. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng left, in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven, another person appeared in the guest hall. This person was wearing a red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were shining with divine light. Under his gentle appearance was extraordinary confidence, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked casual and elegant, but he didn't lose his domineering spirit. He had his hands behind his back, facing the rank 8 princes and patients. There was no pressure on his face or in his heart. It was as if they were equals. but from his unconcealed aura, he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even Qin Bai Sheng had to bow and scrape to Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience looked at this person. His tone and attitude changed. He was no longer arrogant like when facing Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng. He was actually calm and equal. This rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Feng Joga, have you really decided to represent me in this auction? The red and white robed rank 7 Gu immortal smiled. That is correct. Prince's impatience frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi in your immortal aperture world comes from Central Continent. It is slightly different from Northern Plains. The auction will be a grand event. Northern Plains Gu immortal experts will gather. There will even be rank 8 Gu immortals present. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble. You know, Northern Plains Gu immortals are holding back their anger. They want to find the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially when Dongfang Naganori deduced before his death that the culprit behind the Imperial Court Blessed Land case was not from Northern Plains. Instead, it came from the outside. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is exposed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be disastrous. When Prince's impatience said this, he did not avoid the 2 Gu immortal attendants in the hall. The 2 female Gu immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, heard this, but their expressions did not change. Feng Juga laughed. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Please watch my methods. As he spoke, a light flashed on his body, and his appearance changed drastically. Prince's impatience gasped in surprise. Swordmaster Yulan, who had been cold and aloof, opened her eyes wide. The other female Gu immortal was Lu Yao. She opened her small mouth and looked at the female companion beside her. Then, she looked at Feng Juga, who was not far away. It turned out that Feng Juga's transformation was exactly the same as Swordmaster Yulan's. It was so lifelike that it was as if they were carved from the same mold. What kind of trick is this? Prince's impatience smiled and exclaimed, Not only does it look flawless on the surface, but it also has many tricks. The Dao marks are also disguised. It looks like they are sword path Dao marks. The aura is also exactly the same as Northern Plains Gu immortals. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Juga answered. So it is no wonder. Prince's impatience came to a realization. Shortly after, he sighed. Only thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method can be so profound and amazing. Feng Juga nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face. This series of killer moves originates from thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is insignificant. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move. The core consists of 3 immortal Gu, 2 of which are transformation path immortal Gu. When used, it is hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This killer move was obtained by a fortuitous encounter in my early years. I only obtained this killer move. This killer move has a flaw. That is, it needs someone to act it. If the acting is not good, even the tone of voice can reveal flaws. As for familiar face, it does not have this flaw. Even if the acting is not good, it will not make others feel that it is strange. It can even affect the perception and mentality of others. Even if it turns into a non-existent person, it will make others feel like they are acquaintances or good friends. Feng Jiuge spoke with confidence and composure. The immortals finally understood why Feng Jiuge turned into Swordmaster Yulan instead of the others. It was because women were usually cold and quiet. They did not have high requirements for acting skills and were easy to disguise. Prince's impatience nodded. Every rank 9 Venerable is a peerless genius with unparalleled methods. With this method, I will not have to worry about you being exposed. Feng Jiuge smiled proudly. Even if I am exposed, who can stop me from breaking out? Prince's impatience thought of the sparring between him and Feng Jiuge a few days ago. He could not help but laugh, praising. Not bad, that immortal killer move of yours has peerless power. Even rank 8 Gu immortals like us do not want to block it. Feng Juga, you live up to your reputation. You truly have the ability to move unhindered in the world. Feng Juga bowed, saying from the bottom of his heart, compared to senior brother and the 2 junior sisters, for the great cause of Spirit Affinity House. You chose to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains and hid for hundreds of years. I truly admire you. Prince's impatience, however, showed a dark expression. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, "It is a pity that before I could make a move, someone actually used our arrangements and took the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise..." It turned out that the great Prince's Impatience, one of the 5 rank 8 great experts of Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House had made a huge move. In order to arrange for Prince's Impatience, Spirit Affinity House had undoubtedly given up on many of Central Continent's benefits. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu immortal guarding Central Continent, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits from the competition with the other 9 sections. But Spirit Affinity House was in charge of the destruction of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, and in order to complete this plan, they did not hesitate to arrange for Prince's Impatience to be sent to Northern Plains. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Prince's Impatience might have secretly contributed a lot to the destruction of 88-Point Jinyang Tower for Central Continent's Gu Immortals. They provided a lot of help and contributions. But in Feng Yuan's current life, Prince's Impatience had yet to show its usefulness, and the original plan was already ruined. As the main culprit of this case, Immortal Zombie Feng Yuan had already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course, he did not borrow Immortal Gu for free. Feng Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Yuan stones for this. 3 was already an extremely favorable friendship price. If it were someone else, even if it were 10 Immortal Yuan stones, Fairy Li Shan would not casually borrow it. Borrowing Immortal Gu was also risky. There was an example right now. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, had lent Yuan tribe an Immortal Gu. When Blazing Heaven Demoness left Eastern Sea, Yuan tribe had been keeping this Immortal Gu. Zombie Alliance would ask for it once a year, but they could not return it. After using Mountain Pledge Gu to form an agreement with the Land Spirit of Langya, the Land Spirit of Langya roared as more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil. These coffins were filled with immortal chi. They were pure white like clouds. The surface of the coffins was filled with life and death. They were condensed from some immortal killer move. When the coffins were opened, the sleeping Gu immortals were revealed. In every coffin, there was a Gu immortal captive. There were a total of 13 coffins, 13 Gu immortals. Even though Feng Yuan was mentally prepared, he was shocked at this number. There are actually so many captives. Feng Yuan's eyes were wide open. His expression was a little exaggerated. The Land Spirit of Langya laughed smugly. He liked to see Feng Yuan's shocked expression the most. He shook his head. "Who do you think I am? Don't even think about it. These Gu immortals are truly suicidal. They actually dared to invade my blessed land. Selling them off is what they deserve." Feng Yuan took a deep look at the Land Spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land, there seemed to be 12 desolate beasts at most. Resisting the attacks of 3 mysterious forces, the desolate beasts' formation was rather thin. But Langya Blessed Land's true method was likely the Land Spirit's treasured Immortal Gu. I have a premonition that the number of Immortal Gu in this Langya Blessed Land is definitely more than what I have now. Moreover, it seems that one of the Immortal Gu, or one of the Land Spirit's immortal killer moves, has the miraculous effect of capturing Gu immortals alive. Feng Yuan thought, such a number of captives was clearly not normal. Most of the invading Gu immortals had already been captured, only a small portion had died in battle. Feng Yuan opened the coffins one by one to inspect them. He saw some familiar faces, like Hua Hai's 3 immortals, Loner Hongyu and Goe Wang. As for the other unfamiliar faces, he learned from the land spirit of Langya that there were Metal Path Gu Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Shuexiong, Wood Path Gu Immortal Mu Jiansang, the famous carefree 4 sages of Northern Plains lone cultivators, and a rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. His battle strength was at rank 7 middle tier. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened. Be it his previous life or this life, this was the first time he had seen so many captives, such a heavyweight lineup. It was like Gu Immortals had become worthless cabbages, placed on a street stall. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart gradually faded. Worry and graveness appeared on his face. To be able to gather such a lineup and attack Lang, you blessed land again and again. This mysterious force hiding behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. If I sell this, I'm afraid I will immediately become a thorn in that mysterious force's side, a thorn in their flesh. Fang Yuan touched the coffins, sighing deeply. But with such great benefits in front of him, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan decided to do this. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble and did not dare to take risks. He was a demonic path person. He had an adventurous nature. If he did not choose to take the risk, that meant the benefits of taking the risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya, "You interrogated them and used many methods. Did you not gain anything?" The land spirit of Langya shrugged. Nothing. These Gu Immortals were gathered here because of various reasons. There were indeed 3 crucial people in charge of connecting them, organizing the attack, and providing information about Langya Blessed Land. But these 3 Gu Immortals have already died in battle. Even if I purposely held back, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation was somewhat strange. Their souls were completely destroyed. I could not even find a fragment of their soul. At the end, the land spirit of Langya gradually frowned. Chapter 751. Fang Yuan planned to bring the 13 sleeping cloud coffins back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because of the mountain pledge, land spirit of Langya not only did not obstruct him, she even gave Fang Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the keys to unlocking the Immortal Killer Move Sleeping Cloud Coffin. Remember to use them according to the sequence I gave you. Only then can you successfully unseal the coffin. Otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the Gu Immortal captives inside. Before Fang Yuan left, land spirit of Langya instructed. Fang Yuan nodded, memorizing these mortal killer moves. These killer moves did not even have names. Their only use was to act as the keys to unlocking sleeping cloud coffins. But to Cloud Path Gu Immortals, they might have some value as references. Tai by Yunsheng cultivated Cloud Path. Fang Yuan planned to let Tai by Yunsheng take a look at these mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan brought the 13 Gu Immortal captives and smoothly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest information. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Fang Yuan had instructed Hu Immortal Land Spirit to operate it steadily. Step by step, she sold the rockmen in the Blessed Land and also brought in some fox groups. Hu Immortal's main body was an enslavement path Gu Immortal who controlled fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was the most suitable place to raise fox groups. If she continued on this path, she would be able to raise desolate beast-level fox groups. The profits would be huge. Compared to Fang Yuan selling 2 or 3 batches of Guts Gu, the profits were much higher. But this method took a long time. It needed to be persisted for a long time. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator. Her situation at that time was terrible. After several earthly calamities, her economy collapsed, and her losses could not be replenished. Her battle strength fell, and she died at the hands of the blue charm Lightning Shadow. Gu Immortal apertures faced calamities and tribulations every once in a while. They were like obstacles that restricted the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions' great world. There was another huge shackle, and that was the limit of lifespan. Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain at that time. She naturally wanted to use this unique resource to make profits. What she did was also a wise move, although he raised a fox group. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's way of management, but the results were too slow. The longer it took, the more accidents there would be. Moreover, Immortal Fox's situation was deteriorating, and she could no longer develop slowly. However, she did not have Wisdom Gu. He could not think of a similar method for Air Sac Gu. He could only use Guts Gu to indirectly increase the Rockman scale and sell them. Fang Yuan had used this method before, but it did not yield much benefit and was extremely troublesome. The Rockman market was already saturated. How could it be as easy and popular as selling Guts Gu? In the end, Immortal Fox failed, died in the earthly calamity. The wealth she had left behind had benefited Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it would provide Fang Yuan with an irreplaceable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be the place where Fang Yuan started his business, the place where he flourished. In his previous life, because Fang Yuan attacked Feng Kim Hong, he destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The contrast between before and after was quite amazing. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell Guts Gu directly and had extra money, he was no longer in a pinch. He would naturally make use of Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, walking on the righteous path that even the original owner, Immortal Fox, did not have time to walk. He would slowly accumulate fox groups and raise desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was not anxious and did not look forward to the profits. After paying attention to Hu Immortal Blessed Land situation, Fang Yuan paid attention to Crane Gate and Combat Immortal Sect's latest movements. In name, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate had to pay more attention to it. As for his brother, Guyue Fangzheng, who was in Crane Gate, Fang Yuan had already thrown him to the back of his mind. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, so what? It was like back on Qingmao Mountain. As long as they did not block his path, he would not even bother to step on them. No time. Mortals were like ants. There was no need to waste time and energy to step on them. That younger brother of mine, I'm afraid he's already dead? Fang Yuan guessed. Earlier, Fang Zheng had used Empathy Immortal Gu to communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gained a lot of information unilaterally. He knew Fang Zheng's situation. He saw Fang Zheng being in a blood pool with demonic flowers growing all over his body. Recently, Immortal Crane Sect's situation had been mediocre. They successfully resolved Great Heavenly Sword Sect's problem. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a third Gu Immortal. They were preparing to get rid of their status as Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate was a righteous sect. Even though their strength far surpassed Great Heavenly Sword Sect, the righteous path had rules. They could not take action forcefully. They could only recruit Gu Immortals from Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they successfully recruited a Gu Immortal from Great Heavenly Sword Sect, who was the third person. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had limited resources. They could barely provide for 2 Gu Immortals. Adding a third would be even more difficult. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was enticed by Crane Gate's conditions and joined Crane Gate. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost a crucial person. Their strength fell. They no longer had the confidence to leave Crane Gate. They could only renew the subordinate contract. However, even though Crane Gate stabilized the situation in the northwest region, they were suppressed in Reincarnation Battlefield. The Gu Immortal guarding there, Lei Tan, had to return to the sect to recuperate because he was heavily injured. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had fought intensely for countless years to occupy this place. Crane Gate's attention was once again focused on reincarnation battlefield. They could not do anything to Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the short term. He Fengyang, who had been in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was also busy recently trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9-palace crane, Little Nine. This was no doubt good news to Feng Yuan. He could participate in the auction without worrying too much about Central Continent. Feng Yuan paid more attention to Combat Immortal Sect. From some insignificant news from Combat Immortal Sect, Feng Yuan sensed something unusual. These news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for some time. But to Feng Yuan, who was familiar with the inside information, he could see it clearly. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed secretly mobilized Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky, Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan thought. He still did not know that ever since he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley had been trapped in Starry Sky, Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals as reinforcements. But when they entered Starry Sky, Grotto Heaven, they met with a slight obstruction. This way, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky, Grotto Heaven is exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. This concerns Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm and also Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely secretly attack this Grotto Heaven. I need to hurry. The advantage of my rebirth is shrinking bit by bit. Feng Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ever since he became familiar with all the forces in Central Continent because of the Guts-Gu transaction, it was much easier to gather information. But this information was only general. It could not be considered important secrets. It could not compare to the Northern Plains information obtained from Fairy Lishan. Feng Yuan did not pay much attention to this. Many Gu Immortals placed great importance on the collection of information. They invested large amounts of funds every year to obtain crucial information and maintain the channels to obtain information. But Feng Yuan did not need this. He saved a lot of expenses because of this. Because he had the advantage of rebirth, the information in his previous life's memories was countless times more important and detailed than the information these Gu Immortals obtained after paying a huge price. After confirming the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land surroundings, Feng Yuan relaxed. He looked at Tai Bai Yunqing's letter and then paid attention to He Lolan's situation. Tai Bai Yunqing was currently exploring Yu Lu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and the rest. Landscape as before Immortal Gu had completely repaired Yu Lu Blessed Land's entrance. Tai Bai Yunqing gained a lot of goodwill and successfully joined the exploration team. As for He Lulan, she was undergoing tribulation recently. Gu Immortals would face calamities and tribulations every set period of time. Rank 6 Gu Immortals would face an earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not the time of the 5 regions, but the specific time of each Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Because every immortal aperture had a different tributary of the river of time, the time flow rate was also different compared to the outside world. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique's immortal ascension and became a super-grade blessed land. Her time flow rate was extremely high, even higher than the time path Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunqing. It was 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions' time was 38 years in He Lolan's blessed land. She had to go through 3 earthly calamities, and there were only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed since Imperial Court, Blessed Land, was destroyed in the 5 regions' time. He Lolan's blessed land had already gone through 2 earthly calamities and was going through the 3rd one now. Each tribulation was a difficult one, but He Lulan had Fairy Lishan's help and also had several immortal Gu. If she encountered any problems, she would ask Feng Yuan for help. There was no news from her side now. That meant she was fine. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Feng Yuan no longer had any worries. He went back to his plan. He calculated there was less than half a month left until the auction in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because the time flow was 5 times faster, it was slightly less than 2.5 months. The Guts-Gu business still had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to test the inspiration that he had earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in Who Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave with a satisfied expression. He had made great gains in this deduction using the light of wisdom. He successfully fused poison breath and the contents of concealing evil heart, forming a brand new, incomplete, immortal move. Fang Yuan named it Poison Breath. With Immortal Gu Woman's heart as the core, it was naturally named Immortal Path. But the killer move was not complete. Every time it was activated, a large amount of poison gas would remain in the body, causing the after effects of the poison. Thus, it could only be considered an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can use Poison Breath 3 times in a row. After 3 times, the poison gas in my body will poison my soul to death. These 2 killer moves are the manifestation of Wisdom Path and Poison Path attainment. They are a firm foundation. And the formless inspiration brought by the light of wisdom allows me to make full use of this foundation, to blossom. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. Chapter 752. A few days later, Tai by Yunxing returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan met him and saw the joy in his eyes. He said, "Old Bai, it seems that your trip to Eastern Sea this time was a joyous one." Tai by Yunsheng laughed heartily. "Junior brother's eyes are sharp, that is indeed the case. Why don't you guess what I gained this time?" Fang Yuan was curious. Fair Yulu is a servant girl of Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable. She cultivates Earth Path and Water Path. She is proficient in defense and healing. I know about the lineup you used to attack the Blessed Land. You actually succeeded in one attempt and directly took down Lu Blessed Land? The truth was, Fang Yuan did not think much of Tai by Yunqing's trip. Tai by Yunqing's expression froze. He sighed. "So junior brother did not think much of me. You were right after all. This time we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights. But we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before Immortal Gu." "Oh." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai by Yunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely soar in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai by Yunxing continued. "After my man as before Immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. Next, I received Shark Demon's warm invitation. He invited me to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's headquarters alone? I rejected him politely. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me in Haisher Blessed Land. And during the banquet, I learned of an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai by Yunsheng paused for a moment. He looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He followed along and asked, What important news is it? Is it worth it for you to keep me in suspense?" Tai by Yunqing's expression turned solemn. He said excitedly, "It's a method that can allow junior brother to be reborn and leave your immortal zombie body." "Oh." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and had not made any progress. Who would have thought that Tai by Yunxing would gain something before Fang Yuan did? "What is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai by Yunxing said, "Shark Demon has a dual cultivation companion. His name was Subai Man, also an immortal zombie. In his early years, Subai Man had a fortuitous encounter and defeated a strong enemy, obtaining a time path immortal Gu called Time Anchor. This Gu could move in the river of time, make a mark. It is useless on its own, but if used with other time path immortal Gu, it will have an extremely good effect." When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Tai by Yunqing meant. His eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down. "Old Bai, I'm not sure." "Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I have long heard of Time Anchor Immortal Gu. If used with your landscape as before, it can allow mountains and rivers to return to a certain time in the past. If used with your man as before, in theory, it can also restore the target to a certain state in the past. But the prerequisite for all this is that time anchor immortal goo has to leave a mark. That's right. My man, as before immortal goo, can only restore the time to an instant ago. But if used with time anchor immortal goo, it can break through the time limit. Junior brother, you might be able to use this method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Tai Bai Yunxing said excitedly. Tai Bai Yunxing's words were not false. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. They had a single function. Each was different. Immortal goo were unique. Although they were powerful, they had their own limitations. Man was the spirit of all living beings. They were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using different goo worms together could increase their effectiveness and complement each other's weaknesses. With time anchor immortal goo, man, as before immortal goo, can indeed break through the time limit. But Fang Yuan shook his head and continued. Using two immortal goo together is not as simple as activating them together. Instead, it requires the assistance of many mortal goo worms, or even immortal goo, to form an immortal killer move. The combination of man, as before, and time anchor is indeed possible in theory. But you do not have the corresponding immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies treated you with great hospitality because they wanted you to help them and contribute man as before so that they could research an immortal killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, praising. Junior brother, you are a smart person. Your guess is very accurate. That is indeed the case. It is a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again. What is a pity? I feel that this method has great hope. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. Old Bai, it is already a fact that I became an immortal zombie. Maybe Shark Demon and the others had already used time anchor immortal goo before becoming immortal zombies, and left behind a mark in the river of time. But I did not. Thus, even if this killer move is researched, it is useless to me. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. Junior brother, you are right to worry. But I have good news to tell you, that Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not use time anchor immortal goo to leave a mark in time. Oh, back then, Su Bai Man defeated a strong enemy. Although he obtained time anchor immortal goo, he did not know its use. Su Bai Man was on the verge of death at that time, and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned of it, in order to accompany his wife, he also resolutely turned into an immortal zombie, even though he had enough lifespan. After the two became immortal zombies for several years, they finally figured out the origin and usage of time anchor immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing said. So it was like that. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. It was not uncommon to find out the origin and usage of mysterious immortal goo after obtaining them for several years, or even more than a decade. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo in imperial court, blessed land, but he did not dare to test their usage recklessly. Fortunately, he had land spirit of Langya. He was able to figure it out by relying on him. Tai Bai Yunxing continued. When the two learned about the usage of time anchor immortal goo, they were filled with regret, but it was already too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, so I asked them directly during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method. They mentioned spring-autumn cicada. Oh, Fang Yuan had a curious expression mixed with suspicion. Is spring-autumn cicada on that mystical goo list? Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai Bai Yunxing had no suspicions. Spring-autumn cicada is not reliable. I mentioned spring-autumn cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use time anchor immortal goo, if they had an immortal goo like spring-autumn cicada, they could bring the Gu Immortal to the River of Time. At that time, they could use Time Anchor Immortal Gu to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use man as before Immortal Gu to return. I think this method has a chance of success. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought, and did not speak. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not know that this Fang Yuan in front of him was the current owner of Spring Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they did not know much about Spring Autumn Cicada. It was only rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could use Spring Autumn Cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use Time Anchor Immortal Gu at that time? But this method, in theory, is indeed feasible. Fang Yuan had reached an agreement with Wisdom Gu. To a certain extent, he had grasped Wisdom Gu. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring Autumn Cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using Spring Autumn Cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with Wisdom Gu was a perfect time, place, and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 Wisdom Gu was Fang Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without Wisdom Gu, there would be no greater benefits. However, other than Spring Autumn Cicada, there are other time path Immortal Gu. For example, viewing past Immortal Gu and visual memory Immortal Gu can allow the Gu Immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using viewing past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old Earthwood. Using visual memory Immortal Gu, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two Immortal Gu can form the rank 8 Immortal Gu Extreme Forward, which can extract the Gu Immortal's will and observe the River of Time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the Time Path Investigative Immortal Gu Extreme Forward, I can use it with Time Anchor Immortal Gu to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use man as before Immortal Gu to restore my body and revive without losing Wisdom Gu. Of course, Extreme Forward Immortal Gu is only an example. Maybe there are other Time Path Immortal Gu that are more suitable to be used with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. Oh, bye, thank you. He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources, and time. It is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. We are one family. There is no need to thank me. What's there to thank? Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately said. However, towards Fang Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued, that is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time, during this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil, with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient. Fang Yuan smiled. While you were away, I had already used the identity of Sha Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had a plan. Fang Yuan continued, I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction. Come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path Killer moves for you to take a look. Don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well? Tai Bai Yunsheng received these killer moves. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fang Yuan showed him the Gu Immortal captives and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunsheng was incredibly shocked. Then he said with mixed joy and worry, looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you. It is best if He Lulan and Fairy Lishan come as well. They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to Hei Cheng, It is not good to travel with them now. Feng Yuan said. Chapter 753. The green peak pierced through the clouds. At the peak, there was a lake that was quiet like a mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky. This was true martial-blessed land, the foundation of Northern Plains Yuan clan. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very common. It existed in southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and other regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was even more important. It represented a superforce. It was supreme authority. In the sky above the lake, a white-robed old man waved his spear. His aura was grand and majestic. He created waves of clouds and wind. The old man had white hair. He was hale and hearty. His movements were as fast as lightning at times, and as still as a rock at other times. The spear in his hand stretched out like a swimming dragon. It was full of spirituality. But no matter how much commotion he caused, the lake at the peak of the green peak did not have any ripples. It was as calm as a mirror. The lake was full of life. The water plants swayed without any ripples. A large group of carps stared at the white-robed old man's spear through the water. They opened and closed their mouths. They started to speak. "Old Yuan, your dance is quite good. It is quite nice. This spear move is quite good. It has the shadow of spear Taoist from back then. This spear move is too much. It is a bit biased." Hearing the carp say this, the white-robed old man stopped his movements. He landed beside the lake. The spear in his hand shined with white light, turning into a goo that entered his sleeves. Next, he bowed towards the carps in the lake, asking humbly, "May I ask why the sweep earlier was biased?" "You used too much strength. Too forceful, it lost its charm. The old man is too old. His internal heat is too strong. He should eat some water plants to cool it down." The carps started to talk, commenting freely. These carps were extraordinary. Their skin was white as snow. Their scales were black as ink. Black and white were distinct. There were no other colors. People called them true martial carps. They were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Each was a mutated beast king. The white-robed old man thought about it. He raised his finger. Using his arm as a spear, he tested it. "Can this work?" "No." "Wrong. Old man, you are so stupid." The carps started to criticize the old man. At this time, Yuan clan Gu Immortal Yuan Qi rushed over, hearing the true martial carp's criticism. However, he was already used to it. He bowed to the white-robed old man. He said respectfully, "Greetings, First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. When he saw who it was, he frowned in displeasure. "Junior Yuan Qi, why are you here? Didn't this old man tell you not to disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts in peace? My lord, you took care of me earlier. Let me remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Qi's greeting was even more respectful. "Oh, there was such a thing. I almost forgot. Does this mean that the auction is approaching?" The Yuan family's grand elder slapped his forehead. Yuan Qi smiled bitterly. "Sir, today is the day of the auction." "Ah, time passed so quickly. Brat, you reminded me well. When I return, I will give you a reward. Let's go this way." Saying so, Yuan clan's first elder waved his sleeves as an immortal Gu flew out of the mirror lake. This Gu was called human language. It could turn the words of wild beasts into human language. Once human language, immortal Gu left. The discussions of the true martial carp group stopped. Only the sound of their mouths opening and closing could be heard. Yuan clan's first elder stored human language, immortal Gu, and flew into the sky, turning into light. The carp group coiled around each other. After some discussion, they got bored and swam away. Yuan Qi watched as the first elder's figure completely disappeared from his sight. First elder is still the same. He sighed. waving his sleeves towards the mirror lake. Immediately, winds blew and clouds moved, as thick white clouds covered the most important area of Yuan clan, Mulan oars in the Lotus Flower Village. After singing, the night air turns cold. Beyond the smoke, beyond the willows, beyond the lake, the mountain's eyebrows are blue, and the moon's eyebrows are yellow. The scholar shook his head, holding a scroll as he sat in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lotus flowers were blooming, the moon was shining brightly, there was a light breeze and a faint fragrance. A maid was beside the scholar. Her face was like a painting. Her wrist was white as snow. She was holding a small flask, pouring wine into a wine cup on the stone table. After the scholar finished reading the poem, he held the scroll with one hand, his gaze still on it. His other hand grabbed the wine cup. He did not even look at it. He poured the wine into his mouth and smacked it, muttering, "Even though the wine is good, there is not much left. I can use the auction to ask for a few more jars of Lai Shi from that person. Hong Xiu, come with me this time. Let Tianxiang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The maid was slightly happy, replying. Clang, 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 the sound of a mortal Gu heavenly bell resounded in Gu immortal Healing Zi's mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal Gu heavenly bell is amazing indeed. I only used 5% of its power, but my organs shifted and my blood flowed in reverse, even though I have been using a top-tier, defensive, mortal killer move. He Langzi laughed sinisterly. His blood flowed back and disappeared in a few breaths of time, as if he had never been injured. With such power, I don't need to worry about not being able to exchange immortal goo. He stood up, flying towards the direction of Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh? It is truly a beautiful scenery. A rank 8 goo immortal with a tall hat and a large cloak looked down from the sky, looking at the reed marsh below him. There were reeds everywhere. The waterways were like alleys. It was complicated like a maze. The main character here was not the ducks, nor the herons, nor the fishes. It was the Crimson Reed Marsh. Tens of thousands of reeds leapt out of the water in a vigorous manner. They seemed to carry a heroic aura as they spread out in a grand and unbridled manner. With the posture of a king, they subdued the creatures that lived here and took them for themselves. This rank 8 Gu immortal observed for a while, saying with deep emotions, "This scenery is majestic and beautiful. There is a deep ravine hidden within the heroism." Using the scenery to judge people, this Qin Baisheng was a meticulous person, bold, uninhibited, and shrewd. No wonder it could stir up a commotion in northern plains and hold this auction. Sect leader has great insight. A rank 7 Gu immortal beside him said. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Qin Baisheng's move is like the clouds with a flip of his hand and the rain with a flip of his hand. It's a marvelous move that can bring the dead back to life. I, Murong Jinshao, admire him greatly. I am really looking forward to this auction that includes all the heroes of Northern Plains." The rank 8 Gu immortal who was called the cult leader retracted his gaze as he said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, the East Sea is rich." Heroes came forth in large numbers. Even though Northern Plains had many talents, they could be an overlord of an area, dominating the whole of Colored Glass Sea. However, there aren't many who can catch your eye, Murong Jinshao said respectfully. From his words, this mysterious cult leader was not a Northern Plains Gu immortal. It was from the East Sea, Brother Qin. "We meet again." Fang Yuan cupped his fists and greeted Qin Baisheng. "Ha ha ha, Brother Shah, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, but I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side." Qin Baisheng was very enthusiastic. He held Fang Yuan's arms, as if he was treating Fang Yuan as his own brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng traveled together. They did not walk in Northern Plains. Instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land. Through whole Earth Gu, they arrived at Bai Sheng blessed land. because of their previous cooperation. And because of the mountain pledge, Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land already had a pair of whole earth goo. They could communicate easily. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and entered the blessed land through this method, meeting Qin Bai Sheng again. I had no choice. I have great treasures on me, but my cultivation level is low. I could only use this method to avoid any accidents. Fang Yuan purposely smiled bitterly. Brother, don't be humble. You are an unfathomable person, just based on your relationship with Fairy Li Shan, who would dare to target you. Qin Bai Sheng said in a respectful tone, no matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. But one day, if I have your battle strength, I won't be afraid. Fang Yuan quickly replied. In terms of communication skills, he did not lose to Qin Bai Sheng. I wonder who this is. Qin Bai Sheng turned his gaze towards Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was beside Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng had also used unfamiliar face. Turning into an ordinary old man, his appearance and figure were very different from before. This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Bai Sheng. Fang Yuan introduced generously. Bai Sheng, forgive me for not knowing much, but I did not know that there was someone like you in Northern Plains. Qin Bai Sheng took the initiative to greet. You flatter me, you flatter me. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly returned greeting. Qin Bai Sheng brought Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng to the auction venue. For this auction, I specially modified the blessed land to form this huge auction venue. Qin Bai Sheng introduced. It is truly extraordinary. It has a grand aura, as expected of Brother Qin's creation. Fang Yuan smiled, praising Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng showed a trace of unease and worry, saying, there is no helping it. This auction has invited almost all of Northern Plains forces and countless experts. I am in charge of this. If the auction venue is too shabby, I might offend people. To speak the truth, I have been under a lot of pressure these days. I can barely sleep. Thankfully, Brother Shah is here. The Gu Immortal Blessed Land will definitely cause a commotion. I am looking forward to it. I wonder how many there are. Fang Yuan did not say the number. He only smiled and said, Brother Qin, don't worry. Haha, of course I am. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze flickered. He could not probe any further. He changed the topic. My auction venue has a main hall, individual rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can be used to communicate. The individual rooms are for those Gu Immortals who like to be alone and have strange tempers. The secret rooms are for concealing the Gu Immortals' identity. These 3 arrangements have already been written in the alliance agreement. Brother Shah does not need to worry that I will tamper with them. Brother Shah, what position will you choose? Can these 3 positions be changed during the auction? Fang Yuan asked. Of course, but once a secret room is occupied without the owner's permission, no one can enter or leave. Qin Bai Sheng answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will also choose a secret room. Tai Bai Yunsheng said. Qin Bai Sheng nodded. The first 9 secret rooms are already reserved. I will give you the 10th and 11th secret rooms. How about that? Chapter 754. In the secret room, Fang Yuan played with the goo worms in his hands with interest. These mortal goo were naturally Qin Bai Sheng's, but he had already lent them to the secret room's owner, allowing Fang Yuan to use them. He mobilized some primeval essence and tried to inject it. The secret room's environment changed immediately. It seems that Qin Bai Sheng put in a lot of effort. Although it is a secret room, it is a small world larger than a garden. I can also use these mortal goo to change the environment, creating mountains and rivers, or even seas and lakes, pavilions, and so on. As Fang Yuan moved, the secret room's environment continued to change. At times there were lush green mountains, and he was in a pavilion on a mountain peak. At times there were surging rivers, and he was in a boat by the river. Of course, these changes were all illusions, They could not be real. If it was real, to change the world in an instant, the power of immortal goo would have to be used, and immortal essence would have to be expended. Fang Yuan took the goo worm in his hands and looked at it with his mind. In this east window goo, there were many auction items, all of which were precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazzled as he looked at it. Some of the items even had corresponding conditions written behind them, other than using immortal yuan stone to buy them. One could also use resources to exchange for them. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the items wanted. Fang Yuan looked at the contents in front and focused on the latter part. This part listed many immortal goo. They were of all kinds and involved many paths. Behind these immortal goo, there was information to exchange for them. Different from the previous items, immortal goo were unique. No matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they would not be sold. This was the iron rule of the market. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was the same. Thus, if one wanted to buy an immortal goo, one would need to use another immortal goo as the price. Fang Yuan's attention was focused. He soon saw some of his immortal goo listed on it. There were 4 immortal goo: rising azure cloud, worldly wave trace, calamity beckoning, and delight in water and mountain. The first 2 were movement immortal goo. One was cloud path, the other was water path. They did not match Fang Yuan's strength path. Although Tai by Yun Sheng cultivated cloud path as a secondary path, but he was a time path goo immortal. Rising rapidly was not suitable for him. As for calamity beckon immortal goo, as high as rank 7, but the effect was ridiculous. It was simply a suicidal weapon. Although Fang Yuan had thought of some uses, it would be more worth it if he could exchange it for other immortal goo. Finally, delight in water and mountain immortal goo can generate a lot of happiness. But Fang Yuan was already preparing to mass refine malicious thought goo. In this way, the effect of joy could be suppressed. He might as well take it out and see what immortal goo he could exchange for. If he couldn't get it, he would just have to take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, there were naturally the immortal goo requirements that Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were handed over by Fang Yuan through Fairy Lishan. It could be said that he had cleared his name, even though calamity beckoning and other immortal goo were quite troublesome to sell. There might even be trouble, but if he could exchange it for an appropriate immortal goo, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Miss this golden opportunity. If he waited any longer, he would have to wait until the 5 regions chaotic war in a few hundred years. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was decisive when it was time to take a risk. He would not cower. Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Wisdom goo can barely be considered as well. Fang Yuan calculated he needed the remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not auction them. In fact, he would try to avoid exposing them as much as possible. Spring Autumn Cicada, whoever used it would know, even though there was a chance of failure, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of benefits and experience. He could not stop. Even with Wisdom goo in who immortal blessed land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his greatest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided to keep Spring Autumn Cicada as his vital goo in his first aperture. If there was a chance in the future, he would choose to undergo immortal ascension in time path. Cleanse Soul immortal goo was the core of the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Even though he was hungry now and could not use it, he would not sell it. Connect Luck immortal goo was a supplementary immortal goo that made up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had personally experienced the power of luck path. He would not let go of this immortal goo. Wisdom goo was even more out of the question. Once it was taken out, there would be a huge storm and a fatal disaster. As for Woman's Heart immortal goo, it was something Fang Yuan had abandoned. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan comprehended the killer move Poison Spit. Right now, Woman's Heart immortal goo was already embedded in Fang Yuan's right chest. It was shaped like a heart. It was beating slightly, but it was small, only the size of a baby's fist. It was purple-black in color, Poisonous gas lingered around it. It was already connected to Fang Yuan's blood vessels. With every breath Fang Yuan took, the zombie blood would flow slowly and poison gas would seep out and enter Fang Yuan's internal circulation. From this, one could see the shadow of the wisdom path killer move, harboring malicious intent. But the supplementary mortal goo around woman's heart were more like a reverse refinement goo formation. Through reverse refinement, the strength of woman's heart was extracted. This was thanks to the special property of a mortal goo woman's heart, nurture and refinement in one. This goo needed to be fed with a woman's heart, and on the basis that it was full, the more it was fed, the stronger its power. Right now, Fang Yuan reversed this process and extracted its power. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Woman's heart was an expendable immortal goo. Normally, it would be expended in one go. But by thinking of a method and using goo worms, he could extract its power continuously and use it repeatedly. Poison spit is only an incomplete immortal killer move. It needs to be perfected in the future. With wisdom goo, there shouldn't be a problem. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts, putting down the east window goo. With a thought, the area in front of him became transparent, allowing Fang Yuan to see the auction hall directly. The auction hall had the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two. He could only see the scene in the main hall. At this moment, there were already over 20 goo immortals sitting in the seats in the main hall. They were talking to each other. The content was not hidden from others. "Old Lu, long time no see. How have you been?" "So, it is Qing Xian Zi. It seems you have passed the second heavenly tribulation." "I am ashamed. I am ashamed. My foundation is insufficient. I am afraid these last years I have mostly planted my blessed land in the outside world of northern plains. I also spent a lot of money to borrow time path immortal goo, greatly slowing down the time flow of the blessed land. Right now, I still have first heavenly tribulation cultivation. Earthly calamities are hard to pass. Heavenly tribulations are even harder to pass. Sir is experienced and prudent. You do not advance rashly. This is the safest path. Shi Yuyan, you are here too? Your words are too strange. You, Wu Rong, can come. Why can't I? Humph. Back then, I will definitely take revenge for you stealing my goo. Just you wait and see. He. I know this immortal goo is suitable for you, but I have already decided to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so today. Some goo immortals were reminiscing about the past, trying to get to know each other, while others were in a state of mutual hostility. At this time, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall with his head held high. Haha, so many people are here. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed loudly. His bold laughter attracted the attention of the people in the hall. Their discussions became quieter. Fang Yuan also looked over. This Yuan tribe's first supreme elder was a rank 7 goo immortal, the leader of a super force, Northern Plains Yuan tribe. He had extraordinary battle strength and wealth. He was a strong competitor. Qin Baisheng had been standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. He took the initiative to greet. Lord Yuan, your presence brings light to my Baisheng blessed land. Don't call me Lord, call me Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baisheng and his eyes shined. He patted the latter's shoulder intimately. In the past, he had fought with Qin Baisheng. The latter's strength was acknowledged by him. But I have gained some insights from practicing my spear techniques recently. When will we spar again? Yuan Rangzun suddenly changed the topic, revealing his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear technique is still fresh in this junior's mind. I wonder if Senior Yuan wants to sit in the main hall, a single room or a secret room. Qin Baisheng smiled, not following Yuan Rangzun's words. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew it was not the time to arrange a battle. He thought about it and decided. Yuan Rangzun had just stepped into the single room when a handsome scholar with a female Gu immortal behind him also entered the auction hall. Free Scholar is here too? The gazes of the Gu immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I heard that Free Scholar has great luck with women. He has 2 Gu immortals as maids. They're Hong Xiu and Tianxiang. I wonder which one it is? More male Gu immortals looked at the female Gu immortal. Looking at her fiery red dress, it should be Fairy Hong Xiu. Fairy Tianxiang has a body fragrance. If she were here, the main hall would be filled with fragrance already. A Gu immortal who was familiar with the situation said excitedly. In Fang Yuan's mind, the relevant information flashed past. This Free Scholar was a lone cultivator. His origin was a little complicated. His ancestors were not from northern plains. They came from an aristocratic clan in central continent. There were many sects in central continent. Clans did not have strong competitiveness and could not survive. Those with the conditions would pass through the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Living alone in a foreign land, Free Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of strength. It was hard for them to survive in northern plains. Their situation was getting worse. After a few generations, they finally assimilated into northern plains, but they were like dying people. They were beyond cure. By the time it reached Free Scholar's generation, the clan could not turn back. It was completely destroyed. Free Scholar brought his 2 maids and escaped with their lives, surviving with great difficulty. In the midst of difficulty, even when facing the danger of death, Free Scholar did not abandon his 2 maids. Eventually he obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. After becoming an immortal, he did not hesitate to spend money and effort to bring his 2 maids to become an immortal with him. This became a legend in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Be it Yuan Rangzun, Free Scholar, or other Gu immortals, they all had their own spectacular stories. They were the main characters of their own legends. Chapter 755. Brother Qin, you go do what you need to do. We can choose our own rooms. The Free Scholar waved at Qin Baisheng. His words and tone showed that he had a good relationship with Qin Baisheng. Then the Free Scholar walked leisurely and entered a single room with Fairy Hong Xiu. After him, more Gu immortals entered. Some chose single rooms, while most chose the main hall. As for those who chose a secret room, there was another secret passage that led directly to their respective secret rooms, but it could not be seen in the hall. Although Qin Baisheng is a rogue cultivator, he is strong and humble. He travels a lot and is friends with many strong cultivators. Tai Bai Yunxing sent a secret message from the 11th chamber. This was his first time meeting Qin Baisheng, and he had a very high opinion of him. Fang Yuan analyzed as he looked at the scene in the hall. It's not just Qin Baisheng's work. Earlier, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals had obtained many immortal Gu. They needed to exchange for them and satisfy their own requirements. It was also because of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Adding on the destruction of imperial court blessed land, the situation in Northern Plains had changed drastically. All the forces needed to set new rules. It was precisely because of the right timing, location, and people that this auction was so grand. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Lishan were able to invite a rank 8 Gu immortal, not just because of them. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals entered. In the hall, the Gu immortals were conversing intensely, creating a huge commotion. Although Gu immortals were strong and had unlimited primeval essence, suppressing mortals, they were busy managing their immortal apertures and had to make preparations to deal with calamities and tribulations. They had limited time. Furthermore, the world was vast and Gu immortals were rare. It was a rare opportunity for them to communicate with each other. Especially an opportunity like this where so many Gu immortals could gather, it was extremely rare. Gu immortals needed to socialize. They placed great importance on their network. Immortal Gu were unique. Many times, Gu immortals needed to borrow other people's immortal Gu to solve their own problems. Also, this world's commerce wasn't very developed. Rare and precious resources were difficult to purchase with a mortal yuan stone. Most of the time, rare resources could only be exchanged. This auction gathered almost all the Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to communicate was extremely rare. Thus, in the hall, the Gu immortals were talking nonstop. They exchanged information. There were even 2 or 3 pairs of enemies that had been mediated and temporarily resolved. Gu immortals were few in number. The circle was only so big. They were either acquaintances or enemies. Even if they were strangers, they would often be brought out from the complicated network of relationships with each other. Not long after the free scholar, an old man holding a walking stick slowly entered the auction house. Seeing this, Qin Baisheng's expression shook, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Stepping forward, Qin Baisheng greeted. Qin Baisheng greets Lord Medicine's sovereign. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains. The hall went silent. Many Gu immortals could not sit still anymore. They stood up. Greetings rang out incessantly. Lord Medicine Sovereign, you are my benefactor. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for Lord Medicine Sovereign, I would still be injured. Lord Medicine Sovereign, do you still remember me? I'm Little Four, the one who helped you find the bean sprout worm. Even the Gu immortals who went into the single rooms earlier came out. He bowed to the Medicine Sovereign. Hello, everyone is well. Everything is fine. The Medicine Sovereign was extremely amiable as he nodded his head. He did not put on any airs. He did not rely on acting old. Like Tai Bai Yunsheng, Yao Huang was a healing Gu immortal. He was also from the righteous path. He had the Huang Jin bloodline, the first supreme elder of the superforce Yao clan. He had a high reputation in Northern Plains. He could be said to be the leader of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. There were many stories about Yao Huang that could not be finished even in 3 days and 3 nights. Here, there was a story that was most closely related to Fang Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal Gu. In the last 100 years, he often requested immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance to experiment on them. The more he researched, the more Yao Huang gained. He actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Even in front of many Gu immortal experts, he could not see through it. In fact, for some time, Northern Plains Gu immortal world was deceived. They thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was up and he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang took advantage of this and declared that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At this time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had already entered Eastern Sea. Zombie Alliance had no leader, only Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s regarding it. Nobody in Zombie Alliance could see through Yao Huang's method, but at the final moment he failed at the door of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang tried, he could not open the door. The immortal zombies looked at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not enter. He could only laugh loudly and remove his method, speaking the truth. Even though he deceived everyone, he had a high reputation and high cultivation level. No immortal zombie dared to make things difficult for him. In the end, they even sent him back politely. Just as the Medicine Sovereign entered, Yin Lu Gong also appeared. Oh, it's little Lu. Yao Huang turned around and greeted. Junior greets, Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong had a flattered expression as he walked forward and greeted. This time, Zombie Alliance's mission was completed in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao Clan. I did not neglect my research. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to your cooperation with Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang chuckled as he thanked. You flatter me. It is Zombie Alliance's honor to be able to cooperate with Lord Yao Huang. And in the future, when Lord Yao Huang creates a new healing immortal Gu, it will also benefit the Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Yin Lu Gong was good at socializing. He knew how to speak. The Medicine Sovereign stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed Yin Lu Gong. Come, little 6, sit together with this old man during the auction. Before Yin Lu Gong could refuse, he said to Qin Baisheng, "Little Qin, come, give us a single room." Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu Immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Shuahu. Each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared, rank 8 was the peak of Gu Immortal strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Shui, who was the number 1 person in the demonic path, the leader of snowy, mountain-blessed land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first supreme elder, a righteous path, rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic, they were neutral. The final Prince's Impatience was also a righteous path, Gu Immortal, but he was only an external supreme elder of a super force, Gong Clan. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline. His status was quite awkward, and because of some grudges with Gong Clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong Clan. Only when Gong Clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic, and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balanced situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts who came later wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, for have already been seen, only Lord Prince's Impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener to be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Prince's Impatience is. Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female Gu Immortal entered the hall. It was Feng Juga, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Prince's Impatience. Their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Bai Shen quickly went up to greet them. "Master is recuperating the Grotto Heaven Tu Chi. I will represent his will in this trip." Feng Juga said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu Immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered, even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Prince's Impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Prince's Impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Feng Juga had an indifferent expression. Vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary. The Gu Immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course, this was also because Gu Immortals respected each other. They would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Feng Juga, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring. Under everyone's intense gazes, Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Fang Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next, he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Feng Juga's mind shook. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms of our sex Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Juga's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the sect's supreme elders guessed correctly. Back then, the sect saintess Mo Yao had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court, blessed land. Without Water Pavilion's help, Mo Yao would not have been able to enter Imperial Court, blessed land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed, 88 Point Jinyang Tower has collapsed, Water Pavilion has also been destroyed. The core immortal goo have been obtained by Northern Plains goo immortals. Oh, and Calamity beckoning immortal goo. According to the sect's records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path from 88 Point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity beckoning immortal goo, wanting to help her husband Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Bo Qing's tribulation was too deep, even with Calamity beckoning immortal goo to attract a small portion of the Calamity. He could not continue, and both died. Calamity beckoning immortal goo was also destroyed during the tribulation. To think that there was a new Calamity beckoning immortal goo. This discovery gave Feng Jiuge even more questions. Where did Calamity beckoning immortal goo come from? Who refined it? Was it the auctioneer? Or was it because Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, scattered outside, and taken by others? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao had left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the refinement recipe of Calamity beckoning immortal goo? At once, Feng Jiuge's thoughts were complex as they flashed through his mind. He suddenly laughed. Coming to this auction was the right choice. I have just entered and I have already obtained so many clues. No matter what, I have to take back delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace. Spirit Affinity House has already lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity beckoning immortal goo, it is rank 7. The price for it is too high. I will take a look before making a decision. Chapter 756. Time continued to move forward. The number of goo immortals entering gradually decreased. After waiting for a while, Qin Baisheng closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the platform in front of the hall and announced, "Everyone, according to the agreement, the time has arrived. The auction will officially begin." Strange. Why did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not enter? Tai by Yunsheng transmitted to Fang Yuan. That's right, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the hall after entering, but she is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan replied, "This auction has a main hall, a single room, and a secret room. If she chooses a secret room, she will enter it through a secret passage and will not show herself in public. But even if Fairy Li Shan enters a secret room, she will definitely inform us. Did you notice that none of He tribe's goo immortals are here?" Tai by Yunxing pointed out. Fang Yuan pondered. Let's send a letter first and ask about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan have the Snowy Mountain Alliance with us. The possibility of them betraying us is not high. If they are attacked by He Cheng's group, with their strength, they should be able to send a letter requesting for help. While the two were discussing, the first item was brought out on the platform. As everyone knows, this is a sky chief cloud. When spread out, it can stretch for over 1 million square kilometers. Such a large number of sky chief clouds are rare even in jewel yellow skies. The starting bid is 20 immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 5 immortal yuan stone. Please begin. Qin Baisheng spoke. Sky chief cloud. This is suitable for my Tai by blessed land. Tai by Yunqing's attention was immediately attracted. Without thinking, he controlled the mortal goo prepared in the secret room to bid. Qin Baisheng had a feeling. He announced, 11th secret room, 30 immortal yuan stone. At the next moment, a cloud path goo immortal in the hall spoke. 35 immortal yuan stone. Tai by Yunxing smiled lightly, activating his mortal goo and bidding again. He directly raised the price by another 10 pieces, to 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone was enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The cloud path goo immortal who made the bid earlier gritted his teeth. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent. There were earth chief beasts underground and sky chief beasts in the sky, within the immemorial 9 heavens. Basically, there were more or less sky chief beasts living there. The so-called heavenly chief clouds were formed by the breathing of the heavenly chief beasts over a long period of time. The cloud could create an environment. The production of cloud path goo worms in the immortal aperture increased greatly. If there was a group of sky chief beasts living in the clouds, that would be even better. If it was handled properly, there would be an endless supply of Tinkue clouds. However, the complete immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 goo immortals. Each sky chief beast was at least a beast king, comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each sky chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast sky chief. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Going once. Qin Baisheng saw that no one was bidding anymore, so he shouted, "In my blessed land, there is already a sky full of float ball tea grass. At the end of this month, we will have our first harvest. Next is to bring in the jade hummingbirds. If we add in sky chief clouds, we will have the foundation to bring in smallpox and floating hawks. Junior brother, even though you became an immortal later than me, you have already managed to immortal bless land and have experience. Can you give me some advice? What do you think of my idea?" Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. On the stage, Qin Baisheng spoke again, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone going twice. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying to Tai Bai Yunxing. Smallpox indeed grows in the clouds, and floating hawks usually have cloud path goo worms on them. Old Bai, you want to cultivate time path and cloud path as a secondary path? Precisely. My time path specializes in healing. I can cultivate cloud path as a secondary path to make up for my other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke bluntly. He was proficient in cloud path movement to begin with. His attainment was at the level of a flying master. Later, he befriended Northern Plains Inkman King Mo Tansang and sold the killer Move 9 Cloud Ring to him at a low price, causing Tai Bai Yunxing to become even more interested in cloud path. Fang Yuan did not feel it was strange that he would make such a choice. At this time, Qin Baisheng shouted for the 3rd time, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, auctioning over 2 million km2 of sky chief clouds, going thrice, weight 55 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, another goo immortal spoke. His voice came from single room 17. Tai Bai Yunxing did not expect such a change. He quickly raised the price again. 60 pieces of immortal yuan stone. This price finally dispelled everyone's fighting spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing got what he wanted. Next is the 2nd auction item, a rare black soul antelope group. The beast group is 320,000, with 5 beast emperors. The starting price is 10 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 4 pieces of immortal yuan stone. If you exchange for it with drooping rainbow ointment, you will get a discount. Qin Baisheng said. Black soul antelopes were almost impossible to see in the outside world of Northern Plains. This beast group was huge in scale. It should be raised in a goo immortal's immortal aperture. Moreover, the goo worms that lived on the antelopes were mostly soul path goo worms. Thus they were especially attractive to soul path goo immortals. The goo immortal who sold this black soul antelope needed the goo refinement material, drooping rainbow ointment. Thus he could use immortal yuan stone or drooping rainbow ointment to bid. After a round of bidding, this black soul antelope was bought by a goo immortal for 28 immortal yuan stone. The 3rd auction item is a goo recipe from the medieval antiquity era. It is called Inch of Time. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. The crucial point is that this goo recipe has already been modified. All the goo refinement materials are commonly seen in the current era and can be found. The starting price is 22 immortal yuan stone. You can also use the skin of the desolate beast 6-headed snake as a bargaining chip. Qin Baisheng shouted, 23 immortal yuan stone. You only increased the price by 1, aren't you ashamed? 30 immortal yuan stone. I bid 32. The Gu immortals bidding this time were clearly more than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path Gu worm. It could not be used on humans, but it could be used on other targets. It was widely used for Gu refinement. For example, to refine a Gu worm, it needed 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, by using Inch of Time Gu, it would quickly reach the requirement of 3 days and 3 nights. It would accelerate the Gu worm's preparation and transformation. And the Gu master's true time consumption might only be a short moment. Fang Yuan had once obtained the Gu recipe of the Antiquity era Gu worm group Strength Gu. It was only worth 2 immortal Yuan stone in the market. Inch of Time was only a Gu recipe from the medieval Antiquity era, but there was a complete set of 1 inch of time from rank 1 to rank 5, 5 inches of time from rank 1 to rank 5. Most importantly, this Gu recipe had already been modified by a Gu immortal. The Gu refinement materials were suitable for the current situation. They were not hard to obtain. Unlike the original Gu recipe, many of the Gu refinement materials were extremely rare. They were either expensive or extinct. Because of this, the price skyrocketed. The starting price was 22 immortal Yuan stone. It quickly rose to 48. Tai by Yunsheng also participated in this bidding. He bid 58 immortal Yuan stone. At once, he raised the price by 10, intending to scare off the competitors. Tai by Yunsheng was rich. He was even richer than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before. These 2-time path healing immortal Gu were very popular in Eastern Sea, especially when he explored Yu Lu blessed land. Even though he failed, but man as before saved a certain Gu immortal. This Gu immortal's reward was 100 or so immortal Yuan stone, and he personally promised to owe Tai by Yunsheng a favor. He would repay it in the future. Most importantly, Tai by Yunsheng's blessed land was healthy. It produced green grape immortal essence every once in a while. He accumulated more and more green grape immortal essence. He could not use it. His Tai by blessed land, time flowed 33 times faster than the outside world. It was about the same as He Lolan's super-grade blessed land. This was because it was a high-grade blessed land. Moreover, it was a time path Gu immortal. It was quite outstanding in terms of time path resources. A day in the outside world was a month in Tai by blessed land. In theory, the blessed land would produce green grape immortal essence every month. At the same time in the outside world, Tai by Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence would be several times or even more than 10 times that of ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. In contrast, Fang Yuan, although he sold Guts Gu, he had to expend all kinds of resources, especially refining immortal Yuan stone to exchange for green grape immortal essence. There was no helping it. His immortal aperture was already dead. It could not produce immortal essence. It would collapse and wither every once in a while. It was a huge burden to him. Tai by Yunsheng's bid had indeed scared off most of the Gu immortals who were bidding. But there was still a group that persisted. 1 by 2, the price slowly rose to 66 immortal metastones. 66 immortal Yuan stone to buy a set of mortal Gu worm recipes. Some low-level Gu immortals in the hall were tongue-tied. It is not expensive. Although Inch of Time cannot be used on oneself, it can save time and shorten the steps of Gu refinement. It has a wide range of uses. We need to plan for the long term, especially for those Gu immortals who cultivate refinement path. Over time, they can use Inch of Time to save 66 immortal Yuan stone in profit. A Gu immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already the limit. It would be unwise to raise the price any higher unless they have special requirements, unless he has a special need. Another Gu immortal added in his analysis, 66 immortal Yuan stone going once. Qin Baixing shouted. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted to Tai by Yunsheng, Old Bai, let's each take out half of the immortal Yuan stone. How about we compete together? Tai by Yunsheng was overjoyed. Junior brother, it would be great if you want to make a move. Thus, He continued to raise the price to 68. Only one Gu immortal continued to bid, adding an immortal yuan stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng worked together and bought Inch of Time at the exorbitant price of 70 immortal yuan stone. Time slowly passed. Treasures appeared one after another. The competition in the auction hall was getting more intense. The atmosphere was getting more heated. Many Gu immortals lost their composure. Their faces were flushed with anger. Even though they were rational and calm, in front of such huge profits, they had no choice but to compete until their necks turned red. After dozens of items were auctioned, some low-level Gu immortals could no longer compete. Some were covered in sweat, some were pale, some were on the verge of collapse. The competition was not just about wealth, it was also a psychological battle. Gradually, Rank 6 Gu immortals became fewer and fewer. Rank 6 Gu immortals usually had hundreds of immortal yuan stone in their savings, while Rank 7 Gu immortals had thousands or even tens of thousands. At Rank 8, they would definitely have tens of thousands. Old cultivators might even have hundreds of thousands of immortal yuan stone in their hands. The higher their cultivation level, the more resources they would have. Ordinary Rank 6 Gu immortals had weak foundations. Fortunately, they had resources to offset the price. Otherwise, most of them would have been eliminated already. Fang Yuan only had a few hundred immortal yuan stone in his possession. He tried occasionally, but he rarely succeeded. Most of them failed. He waited patiently. Finally, he heard Qin Baisheng announce, "Next, the immortal Gu auction will begin. The main event is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, the other Gu immortals also became energetic. The previous auction was only a prelude. The main dish was finally on stage. Chapter 7:57. Qin Baisheng stood on the stage. He took out several mortal Gu and threw them into the hall. Some Gu immortals caught these mortal Gu and showed puzzled expressions. Qin Baisheng continued, "The auction of immortal Gu is very important. The items that are auctioned earlier have more advantages. They have a higher chance of being exchanged for immortal Gu. Thus, to be fair, this auction will not follow the order. I have specially prepared these mortal Gu. They can be used to point to an immortal Gu auction item that is recorded. As for which item to point to, it is completely random. There is no possibility of someone manipulating it. Now, everyone, please inspect these mortal Gu." These words caused a good response. The Gu immortals took turns inspecting the mortal Gu as they conversed. This is a good method. I was worried earlier that my immortal Gu would be left behind. It would not be good for the auction. Qin Baisheng is not simple. This auction has covered all aspects. If he really tampered with it, I will admit it. Anyway, I can see that there are no problems. After this set of mortal Gu was inspected by the Gu immortals in the hall, it was sent to a secret room. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan inspected it personally. There were no problems. After the Gu immortals in the secret room finished inspecting, this set of mortal Gu was sent to a single room. The rank 8 Gu immortals were almost all in a single room. After they inspected it, the mortal Gu were sent to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who has concerns? Why don't you inspect it again?" As expected, some Gu immortals requested to inspect it again. Some of them had already inspected it earlier. There were no problems with this set of mortal Gu, but it was in everyone's hands. What if someone tampered with it during this process? The Gu immortals were meticulous in their thinking. They wanted to inspect it again. After this inspection, there was nothing wrong with it. The highlight of the immortal Gu auction was about to begin. Qin Baisheng activated this set of mortal Gu in front of everyone. Immediately, colorful lights flickered, smoke rose and gathered in the air, forming into the words "hidden luck." I have chosen it. Then the first immortal Gu is Stealth Luck Immortal Gu. Qin Baisheng said loudly. Concealment Luck Immortal Gu was originally a middle or lower auction item. To think that the first one would be auctioned. Tai by Yunsheng held the east window Gu and muttered after inspecting it. At the same time, many Gu immortals were doing the same thing. The ranking recorded in the east window Gu. That's not really the order. It was very likely that he would be the next one. It was time to use his immortal Gu. As for those who were ranked last, they could only blame their bad luck. This method was very fair. None of the immortals present had any objections. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal great experts acknowledged this. On the stage, lights and shadows changed, showing the external appearance of concealment luck immortal Gu. Qin by Sheng introduced. Everyone can see, this Gu looks like a white longhorn beetle. It was about the size of half a palm. It was a rank 6 luck path immortal Gu that could conceal one's luck. The auctioneer wanted a metal path, defensive immortal Gu. Who has a metal path, defensive immortal Gu? You can participate in the bidding. There is no limit to the minimum price. Conceal luck immortal Gu. Concealing one's luck. Luck path has luck inspection Gu. It can observe other people's luck path foundation. There is also concealment luck Gu. It can conceal one's luck and prevent others from seeing it. This concealment luck Gu is a rank 6 immortal Gu. It can counter rank 6 luck inspection Gu. Even though its effect is good, it is too limited. In the hall, the Gu immortals discussed softly, but no one bid. If luck path was prosperous and widespread, so be it. But ever since Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he had been keeping it to himself, causing luck path mortal Gu to be very rare. Especially concealment luck immortal Gu. It could only display its value when the opponent had luck inspection immortal Gu. This immortal Gu's usage was too limited. It had a low price-performance ratio. The Gu immortals were not fools. How could they bid carelessly? Damn it! The Gu immortal who had concealment luck immortal Gu was a female Gu immortal. She sat in a single room, biting her lips as she helplessly watched as her concealment luck immortal Gu was not auctioned. Nobody wanted to buy it. The first immortal Gu was actually not auctioned. This was unexpected. Qin by Sheng's expression sank. He used his mortal Gu to choose the second auction item. Light flashed, turning into a cicada immortal Gu. This cicada was not as exquisite as spring-autumn cicada. It had a large head and wide abdomen. Its body was shining with silver light. This is Heavenly Gong immortal Gu, rank 6 sound path. I want to exchange for transformation path immortal Gu. Qin Baisheng said. In the hall, a Gu immortal saw this Gu and shouted furiously, Heavenly Gong immortal Gu! Humph, this immortal Gu was mine, but He Lang Zi snatched it away. He Lang Zi, come out now. So be it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Lang Zi walked out with a sinister smile. It is He Lang Zi, after all, a famous lone cultivator of northern plains' demonic path. I heard that he obtained thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance. Thus, he can snatch other people's immortal Gu. This person was raised by a female wolf. His nature is like a wild beast. He is cruel and sinister. He acts alone. He is very different from ordinary people. Old ancestor Shui, who had once tried to recruit him, but he rejected him. The Gu immortals discussed. He Lang Zi crossed his arms as he walked into the hall, sitting down in front of the roaring Gu immortal. The Gu immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other locations. Yu, the roaring Gu immortal pointed at He Lang Zi. His face was red. His body was shaking from anger. What about me? He Lang Zi licked his lips. His gaze was ruthless and had a hint of mockery. Old Xiong Yuan, you are a sound path Gu immortal. If you don't bid now, when will you? I happen to have a transformation path immortal Gu here. It is called Demon Weasel Skin. After using it, the human skin can turn into the skin of a heart demon weasel. Free Scholar's voice suddenly came from a single room. Heart demon weasel was a desolate beast. It usually had wisdom path Gu worms on its body. Demon weasel skin could counter wisdom path attacks. After Free Scholar killed a heart demon weasel, he used its skin to refine this goo. But he already had a method to defend against wisdom path attacks. This goo is not a problem. Thus he took it out now. Demon weasel skin. If I gather demon weasel bones, demon weasel blood, and other related immortal goo, I can unleash the immortal killer move heart demon weasel transformation. He Lang Zi's gaze flashed as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths. Killer moves were easy to obtain. As long as one gathered an entire set of immortal goo, they would be able to create an immortal killer move. Thus, when exchanging for transformation path immortal goo, there were more considerations than other paths. He Lang Zi himself had 3 sets of wolf transformation immortal killer moves. He could turn into 3 different desolate beast wolves. He had great battle strength. Even though the heart demon weasel form was similar to a wolf, He Lang Zi wanted to develop into fighting in water. Thus, He Lang Zi shook his head. He did not speak. Qin Baisheng had been paying attention. Seeing this, he asked, "Are there any other goo immortals willing to bid?" "I have a moon demon bat claw immortal goo. It can turn one's hand into a moon demon bat's claw." Feng Joga said, "It is Princess Impatience's subordinate, Fairy Yulan." "Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path goo immortal? Why does she want the sound path heavenly gong immortal goo?" "She is representing the rank 8 great expert, Princess Impatience. This bid might vary will be Princess Impatience's intention." The goo immortals started to make guesses. Nobody knew that the so-called sword master Yulan was actually Feng Joga's impersonation. Feng Joga was a sound path goo immortal. He needed heavenly gong immortal goo. He Lang Zi did not speak. He shook his head. Moon demon bat claw immortal goo represented the immortal killer move moon demon bat transformation in the future. But He Lang Zi was not good at aerial combat. He hated the sky. This was because when he was young, he grew up in a wolf's den. He learned to run on 4 legs from a wolf mother and used his teeth to bite. Most wolves were land beasts. They could not fly. Qin Baisheng suddenly had a feeling. He said, "A goo immortal in the first secret room has made a bid. 1 grand smoke turtle armor immortal goo, along with accurate information regarding ascending heaven plane." He Lang Zi's gaze flashed. He raised his head. Grand smoke turtle was a desolate beast of the sea. It fit his expectations. But this turtle was specialized in illusion concealment. It was slow and had weak defense. It was different from He Lang Zi's fighting style. Ascending heaven plane. What is this place? He Lang Zi asked. Even though he had strong battle strength, he was a loner. He did not trust any human goo immortal. Thus, he did not have enough information. Ignorant. Goo immortal Xiong Yuan sneered. He did not give up this chance to attack He Lang Zi. Ascending heaven plane is a place. As long as one passes through it, even mortals can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason why the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul was able to enter the Black Heaven was through the ascending heaven plane. Qin Baisheng patiently explained. So that's it. He Lang Zi's heart moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator. He had to fight for every cultivation resource. But Northern 9 Heavens was already lacking in resources. It was controlled by super forces. And the immemorial 9 Heavens were separated by the heavenly wind chi wall. Only goo immortals with strong battle strength could forcefully break through and explore the 9 Heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 Heavens, only White Heaven and Black Heaven were left, the other heavens were in ruins. Some are even completely destroyed. But be it the complete heaven or the 9 Heavens fragment worlds, resources were abundant. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind chi wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get information about ascending heaven plane. He Lang Zi got more excited as he thought about it. While he was thinking, another 2 goo immortals took out transformation path immortal goo and competed. Among them was goo immortal Xiong Yuan, who had shouted in the auction hall earlier and wanted to tear He Lang Zi to pieces. A total of 5 goo immortals were competing for 1 immortal goo. Both sides continued to compete. They added immortal yuan stones or rare resources, or added lost Gu recipes, or gave large beast groups. Eventually, Helang Zi chose the first secret room's bid. He obtained glorious smoke turtle armor, immortal Gu, information about ascending heaven plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the Gu immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baisheng passed the information to him. After Helang Zi obtained information about ascending heaven plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. Chapter 758. What? Is there a mistake in ascending heaven plane's information? Qin Baisheng's expression changed as he asked. This was a matter that concerned his auction. According to the agreement, no matter if it was a transaction, it could not be false. If there was information, it meant that there was a real location. No, Helang Zi's expression was grim. He did not want to say anything, but he looked like he had suffered a loss. Where is that water wolf group? He asked again. They are somewhere in the blessed land. Qin Baisheng said, Bring me there. Helang Zi said coldly. Qin Baisheng waved his hand and teleported Helang Zi somewhere else. The latter counted the number. Seeing that there was no mistake, he collected the water wolf group, but did not return to the auction. He left in advance. Ha ha ha! Seeing this wolf cub's expression, I feel so good. In the first secret room, Morong Jin Shao laughed loudly. Beside him, the rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was sitting leisurely, playing with heavenly gong immortal Gu. Thank you for your help. That Helang Zi saw that ascending heaven plane was in Eastern Sea, but he could not go. He must be furious. Morong Jin Shao thanked him. No need to thank me. My daughter is skilled in sound path. She cultivates sound path. I bought it for her. I have no intention of teaching Helang Zi a lesson. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea. I know its exact location. How did the Gu immortal in the first secret room know about it? Fang Yuan had some doubts in his mind. I vaguely remember that there is a superforce in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. I think it is Murong tribe? Soon, Fang Yuan put down his doubts. Because Qin Baisheng had already chosen his third immortal Gu for auction. It was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Baisheng said loudly, Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu. Rank 6 Cloud Path, specialized in moving up and down. The auctioneer wants a Strength Path Immortal Gu. Now, those who are interested, please actively bid. Fang Yuan was already a Strength Path Gu Immortal. This was a fact. It was set in stone. Even if his Strength Path was weak, he could only walk on this path to the end. And because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, when he revives, his first aperture is going to become a Time Path Gu Immortal. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. The reason why Fang Yuan chose the Strength Path in the early stages of his rebirth was because of the Strength Path, just for the transition. In the end, due to a freak combination of factors, the situation forced him to become an immortal through strength. Even because of the true meaning of the reckless savage, his Strength Path realm had also skyrocketed to Grandmaster level, reaching the same level as Fang Yuan's Blood Path in his previous life. This was something Fang Yuan had not expected. Fang Yuan would rather give up the path of blood than give up the Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was true that he was a Blood Path Grandmaster, but he was not the only Blood Path Grandmaster. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was the only one. Red Lotus Demon Venerable treated it as his vital Gu. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he still had a long way to go. He lacked Time Path Foundation and was not a Time Path Gu Immortal. With the current situation, Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, and it was still a long time before he could revive. If he wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Gu. This is star desolate hound strength goo. It can obtain the strength of a star desolate hound. I have iron crown eagle strength goo here. I will also throw in 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil, a chi grand lion strength goo, and 5 drops of rule eye blood. Bidding noises continued to resound. A goo immortal's bid made the hall buzz. Rule eye blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, the rule eye calamity, only by piercing the rule eye can this blood be obtained. This blood is a genuine immortal material. It can be used as the main material of a rank 6 immortal goo, or as a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal goo. Fong Yuan shook his head. Although rule eye blood was precious, 5 drops were too little. He sighed inwardly. Although strength path was declining, there were still many strength path immortal goo. If not for this auction, he would not be able to see so many strength path immortal goo. Compared to the other 4 regions, Northern Plains goo immortals usually had the lowest wealth. But even so, after accumulating for so many years, their wealth could not be underestimated. Goo immortals had many good things, but they usually kept them to themselves and hid them. Especially immortal goo. Once they were exposed, they would be targeted. Thus they hid them even deeper. Only in the auction would these goo immortals expose them. Otherwise, why would they say that the auction was a rare opportunity? They had to cherish it and grasp it with all their strength. A total of 5 goo immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud immortal goo. After a few rounds, there were 2 who stopped bidding. Not long after, the 3rd goo immortal left. Only 2 were left to compete. But before they could decide the winner, Fong Yuan had already sent a message to Qin Baisheng. All right, let's choose the 3rd person, that Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo. An auction involving immortal goo was different from ordinary auctions. Firstly, immortal goo were unique. Secondly, business was not developed. There was no true currency. Thirdly, goo immortals had different types of resources. Many precious immortal materials were hard to appraise. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. The buyers would bid against each other to attract and move the seller. The winner of the auction might not necessarily obtain the item. To sum it up, it was a seller's market. Immortal goo were unique. If the seller did not sell them, where could they buy them? A moment later, Fong Yuan and that goo immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained Rising Azure Cloud immortal goo, while Fong Yuan obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo, as well as a large number of immortal materials, which matched the list of materials listed by Land Spirit of Langya. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo was because this was the only bird strength. The rest were land beast strength. Fong Yuan had true solid bat wings now, which matched the strength of a bird. If he could use Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo while flying, it would have the effect of some immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud, the 4th item was a Fire Path immortal goo. Once this goo appeared, it caused a commotion in the auction. Even the rank 8 goo immortal 5 elements Grandmaster made a move. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 goo immortals or ordinary rank 7 goo immortals compare to rank 8 goo immortals? But in the end, 5 elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the final winner. He risked defending a rank 8 great expert because the seller was moved by the rare immortal materials offered by the buyer. Immortal materials varied greatly. There were more types than stars in the sky. Even 5 elements Grandmaster could not include all of them. But precisely because of this, everyone in the auction had a chance. It was even more exciting. The 5th and 6th items were Metal Path immortal goo. The auction hall's atmosphere became more heated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 paths were the mainstream. They were more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were the lowest. Eventually, 5 elements Grandmaster obtained 1 Metal Path goo worm, while the remaining one was won by Qin Baisheng. He was not only the host, He was also one of the buyers. Time continued to pass. Immortal goo were bought and sold one after another. This was a rare occasion in northern plains for hundreds of years. In the historical records, there had been such occasions, but the scale was much smaller than this. Most importantly, the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower allowed most goo immortals to gain something. This led to such a large-scale auction. Rarely seen immortal goo appeared one after another. Northern Plains goo immortals took the chance to gain some benefits. Next is the 23rd item, Worldly Wave Trace. This goo is rank 6, used for movement. Qin Baixiang was still introducing when two goo immortals' eyes brightened. It's finally here. Worldly Wave Trace, the core immortal goo of Water Pavilion. I will do my best to obtain it. Feng Juga lightly clenched his fists. In the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace, not bad. I did not pay attention to it for so long in vain. I already have the relevant immortal goo recipe, as long as I obtain it. I can refine Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo. Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens at will. It will reduce the expenditure of breaking the heavenly wind chi wall. The rank 8 goo immortal from Eastern Sea was already moved. The usefulness of an immortal goo varied from person to person. For Feng Joga, it was one of the cores of constructing the rank 7 immortal goo house water pavilion. For Eastern Seas goo immortals, it could lead them to a path of golden benefits that led to the immemorial 9 heavens. These two choices, it was hard to say which was more important. I have Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo, 1 Peach Wolf Strength Goo, 1 Roar Whale Strength Goo. The goo immortals bid. Feng Juga waited patiently for a while. Seeing that the rank 6 goo immortals in the hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Sword Master Yulan's voice, he said, I also have a Strength Path Immortal Goo called Pulling Mountain. It can pull mountains. I will throw in 150 kilograms of heaven gold. Heaven gold? Incredible! This is an immortal material on par with Rulai blood. It can only be produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms at once. It is much more than those 5 drops of Rulai blood. Did I hear wrongly? Suddenly the hall shook slightly. Feng Joga took out a huge reward, but once he did, he scared off almost all the competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven gold was not a joke. It was extremely valuable, but this was only almost. In the first secret room, the Eastern Sea Goo immortal snorted in displeasure. He used his mortal goo and made another bid. A Strength Path Immortal Goo, Overturning River, and another 250 kilograms of split divine water. Crazy! 250 kilograms of split divine water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 immortal goo. Split divine water can completely match heaven gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Juga's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Sword Master Yulan's identity, he had less worries, he said in front of everyone. What else does the seller need? Be it materials, recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves, just state it. Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the goo immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Princess Impatience. It seems that Princess Impatience wants to bid for this immortal goo. Even that Eastern Sea Goo immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly. His fighting spirit was roused. Princess Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Sword Master Yulan, wanting to challenge Princess Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Lengya, before secretly giving it to Qin Baisheng. After Qin Baisheng received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the third time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices. Chapter 759. Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan tossed out, Feng Jiuge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sigu immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Jin Shao, who was beside him, "How many refinement path grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains?" The list was filled with refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Feng Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only refinement path Gu immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao answered without hesitation, "There are 4 refinement grandmasters in Northern Plains." The first to bear the brunt was Yao clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, Yao Huang. According to rumors, his refinement path attainment had already surpassed Grandmaster, reaching quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is Murong clan's Gu immortal, Murong Shuexiang. He had once successfully refined a snow path immortal Gu. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Gu for many demonic path Gu immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miaoli. She is skilled in refining enslavement path Gu worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Gu immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Gu refinement materials. Even if he asks for a sky-high price, we can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Gu immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now, this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious. It's simply unfathomable. Qin Baisheng's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Gu immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai, Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal and Murong Jin Shao concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal Zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary, but there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him. And this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Baisheng guessed. To some extent, he had guessed correctly, because behind Feng Yuan was the land spirit of Lengya. Long-hair ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 thunder sound leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Jioga made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The thunder sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, thunder sound leaves had always been rare and precious. Hard to get. This was because ordinary Gu immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Shao Qin was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the thunder sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Juga took out 150 thunder sound leaves. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal, laughed lightly. Is Prince's impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a moment, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal shouted, I am willing to offer 360 heaven-flying jade. Heaven-flying jade, it is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent. It is like a bird or beast. It can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 heaven-flying jade at once. It satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal was also feeling heartache. Once he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 heaven-flying jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Feng Juga snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him. They had to obtain worldly wave trace immortal Gu no matter what. Taking out 360 heaven-flying jade at once, it showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Feng Juga? He was the publicly recognized #1 person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. With Spirit Affinity House as his backing, and after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Feng Juga would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Feng Juga did not hesitate, bidding again. I will add 10,000 star pupil. Star pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial 9 heavens. It could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky. As the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds. There were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones. There were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems. The starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus, it was called star pupil. Feng Juga's bid shocked the Gu immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal Gu. I was wrong. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Sword Master Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal heard Feng Juga's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack, even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality. A broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal said. Feng Yuan thought about it. The voice in the first secret room was right. It was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langya gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langya did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, Being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Fong Joga smiled coldly. He continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire, and star han wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list, but the variety was shocking. A Gu immortal sighed. Fair Yulan is cold and arrogant. She is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Gu immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice. This is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Gu immortal in the first secret room has a huge background. He will not give up so easily. Fong Joga's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Gu immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list. He probably cultivates refinement path. Gu refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers. I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Fong Joga continued to bid. Listing a large number of immortal materials, the Gu immortals in the hall were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Fong Joga or the Eastern Sea Gu immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Gu immortal Morong Jin Shao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These 2 lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Gu immortal 5 elements Grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path. He needed all 5 path Gu worms. He had wanted to bid for water path immortal Gu worldly wave trace. But looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Fong Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Fong Joga and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Fong Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be 2 winners in this auction. Fong Yuan was not overjoyed. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool. They were pursuing worldly wave trace immortal Gu so intensely. It meant that this immortal Gu could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal chi. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed. It was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal chi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Gu immortals can get drunk from it. It can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal chi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal chi is sold in 2 grams. Since when is it being sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Gu immortal was truly rich. This heavy blow made Fong Joga's expression turn grim. Fong Joga knew the value of this drunken immortal chi. 5 kilograms was simply too shocking. Fong Joga hesitated. If he were to bid again, it would be worth at least 5 kilograms of drunken immortal chi. He could not help but think calmly, asking himself, is it worth it to pay such a price for one worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Of course it was worth it. Water Pavilion had been the hope of Spirit Affinity House for many years. Although Spirit Affinity House had all the recipes of Water Pavilion, Mortal Gu were easy to refine, but the 3 immortal Gu were unique. In order to get closer to Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House's mission details were clear. Every core immortal Gu they retrieved would have a huge mission reward. In that case, let's do it. Fong Joga thought rapidly after making up his mind. He gritted his teeth and took out another immortal Gu. This is the Strength Path immortal Gu, pulling water. He bid. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall erupted with commotion. The Gu immortals discussed. Many Gu immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Swordmaster Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baisheng was also a little dazed. He asked, "Exchanging 2 for 1, Fairy Yulan, is this your intention?" Precisely. Since Feng Zhouge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Zhouge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Zhouge was a sound path Gu immortal. Why did he have 2 strength path immortal Gu? In fact, he had far more than these 2 immortal Gu. Feng Zhouge had led more than 10 Gu immortals to Northern Plains secretly. He had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many immortal Gu as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Gu immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal Gu from their sects with the intention of exchanging for Gu. After all, Gu worms were hard to snatch. A Gu master could easily make a Gu worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal Gu were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal Gu were from obscure paths. For example, Strength Path, Qi Path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baisheng had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Zhouge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say this time Feng Zhouge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision. It was a premeditated action. In the current world, Strength Path was not flourishing. It was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate Strength Path even if they were beaten to death. Using these Gu worms to exchange for other Gu worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Zhouge. After all, Feng Zhouge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's Gu immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Zhouge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up, so he made a final effort and bid, "I will add a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg." Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient, desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 Gu immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly, it was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The Gu immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice, an immortal Gu and an ancient desolate beast. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. It is hard to choose between them. Immortal Gu are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful, especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path. He might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Zhouge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortals stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Feng Zhouge was trading 2 for 1. He was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea Gu immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down. Everyone was waiting for Fan Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end, and who did immortal Gu worldly wave trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Fan Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng nodded and announced, The seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo to Fairy Yulan. Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2-for-1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient, desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal Goo require a lot of immortal essence. This Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal Goo for 2 immortal Goo. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools. Since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them. Feng Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this sword master Yulan in buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path Immortal Goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically. Most of the Goo Immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier. Many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's impatience was a transformation path Goo cultivator. Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path Immortal Goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An Immortal Goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baisheng was helpless about this. He could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downturn. After all, Feng Joga and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals bidding had a domineering aura. Everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Feng Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of Immortal Goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials, Feng Yuan checked them. The quantity and quality were all correct. The 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo were cooperated by Feng Joga. They had already been completely refined by Feng Yuan, becoming his own. Similarly, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was in Feng Joga's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. After so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Joga sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal Goo were auctioned one by one. After some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item, Strength Path Immortal Goo Cauldron Strength. This is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Goo. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng said loudly. The Goo Immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength Path was already declining. Few people cultivated it, thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Enduring Affection of Children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chu Du. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him. His voice is so hoarse. To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chu Du is a famous Strength Path expert. Why would Qin Baisheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Joga drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on Domination Immortal Chu Du. It was voluminous and contained a lot of information. Feng Joga attached great importance to it. Chu Du was a rare Strength Path Goo Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new Strength Path. Strength Path was a huge path. It had once been glorious. Right now, Strength Path was divided into Beast Strength Phantom style, Weather Heaven and Earth style, and Human Strength June Strength style. Beast Strength Phantom style was Bull Strength, Tiger Strength, and so on. The Strength Path Immortal Goo that Feng Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, belonged to this path. Weather Heaven and Earth style was Wind Strength, Water Strength, Fire Strength, and so on. For example, when Feng Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. They belonged to this path. Human Strength June Strength style was Jin Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Jin Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, Strength of 100 June Goo, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chu Du alone. He led the trend and allowed the old Strength Path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, Human Strength June Strength style was the mainstream of Strength Path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Goo masters had a foundation in Strength Path. Almost all of them used Jin Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Jin Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, and so on. It could be said that Domination Immortal Chu Du alone changed the current situation of Strength Path. He influenced the situation of all the Goo cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Feng Joga had to pay attention to him, a lot of attention in fact. Northern Plains has many battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Joga's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world. This was the pride of a true man. At this time a voice resounded. 1 delight in water and mountain immortal goo, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Guh. Feng Joga spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes were wide open. He no longer had his calm expression earlier. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He gasped. Damn it, the thing I was worried about still happened. Immortal goo could be auctioned. They could also be used as bargaining chips to exchange for other immortal goo. If not for this, the immortal goo in the records would be stuck and could not be traded. It would be very detrimental to the auction. Feng Joga naturally understood this rule. He was also the most worried. Whatever he was worried about happened. Feng Yuan had a need for Strength Path Immortal Goo. He had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal Goo for a long time. Throwing out delight in water and mountain immortal goo now was one of his original plans. Heaven Pillar Wind Path. Facing Feng Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his bid. Heaven Pillar Wind was very special. It originated from green heaven. It was shaped like a giant pillar, extremely tall and long. When Heaven Pillar Wind blew, it would not move, it would blow on the spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. 1 Heaven Pillar Wind had a high value. It was not inferior to the 150 thunder sound leaves that Feng Joga had bid earlier. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Feng Yuan muttered. He had a realization. It seems that you are my greatest competitor this time. Chapter 761. 10th Secret Room bids for a complete heavenly dragon skeleton and 30 tails of earth fiend powder. Qin Bai Sheng stood on the platform, announcing loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid for a Heaven Pillar Wind when the Goo Immortal in the 10th Secret Room immediately increased the bid without hesitation. This is a formidable opponent. Chu Du sighed inwardly. Earlier, Feng Joga and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal competed, eventually exchanging 2 for 1. The 10th Secret Room gained quite a lot. This was something everyone in the auction knew. Chu Du felt some pressure. He was an old generation Goo cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He had a deep foundation. At his peak, he had over 10,000 immortal Yuan stone. But times had changed. Chu Du's immortal aperture underwent tribulation recently, but his foundation became thinner because of it. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered white heaven to explore, replenishing his resources. In the end, he made some gains, but he was injured. To heal his injuries, he borrowed other people's immortal goo. He expended a lot of them. He made a loss in the end. The immemorial 9 heavens were rich in resources, but it was also a dangerous place. To gain something, one had to take risks. Thus, Chu-Du was short of money now. But strength path defensive immortal goo are rare. I have been a strength path goo immortal for so many years, but I have only encountered one today. If I do not try to get it, I will regret it in the future. Chu-Du thought of this and gritted his teeth, continuing to bid. But no matter how much he bid, Feng Yuan kept on bidding. After a few rounds, Chu-Du could not hold on any longer. He secretly sent a message to Qin Baisheng, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Baisheng was surprised, but his expression did not change. He secretly asked Feng Yuan. After getting Feng Yuan's permission, only then did Chu-Du send a letter to Secret Room number 10. In the letter, if Feng Yuan could withdraw from the competition, Domination Immortal Chu-Du would owe Feng Yuan a favor. He would do something of equivalent value for Feng Yuan in the future. If Feng Yuan did not believe it, he could use an immortal goo to make an oath. Not only that, Chu-Du would also provide Feng Yuan with precious information on how to obtain Reckless, Savage, Demon, Venerable's true meaning. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised as he read the letter. Domination Immortal Chu-Du's letter was undoubtedly to obtain Cauldron's strength immortal goo, but he did not have enough wealth. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate with Feng Yuan. Of course, Feng Yuan would not agree. He was also a strength path goo immortal. He naturally wanted this rare Cauldron strength immortal goo. As for the Reckless, Savage, Demon Venerable's true intent, Feng Yuan also had a rough understanding of it. In fact, he was someone who had personally benefited from it. I had originally thought that Domination Immortal Chu-Du was very wealthy, but I didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed that he was out of luck. It was the lowest point. He. Feng Yuan snickered as he made another bid, adding a huge counterweight. Chu-Du gritted his teeth and joined in the bidding, but the items he used were all scraped together. Feng Yuan bid again. He used a rank 7 immortal material. It could be used as the main material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. It was very expensive. Chu-Du sighed. Unwilling to give up, he gathered all sorts of materials again, bidding for many rank 6 immortal materials. Its total value was equivalent to Feng Yuan's rank 7 immortal material. This time, the goo immortals in the hall could see some clues. Strange. Lord Chu-Du seems to be struggling. I vaguely heard that Domination Immortal underwent a tribulation several months ago. It seems that this tribulation injured him deeply. Chu-Du had once borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chu-Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him. That was Feng Juga. This Domination Immortal is too incompetent. Feng Juga was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu-Du would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance, triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu-Du was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Juga could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Feng Yuan from winning. Worldly wave trace and delight in water and mountain immortal goo are in the hands of the goo immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the imperial court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy delight in water and mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the immortal goo. That would be even worse. Feng Juga continued to think. He was a strategist. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again, if the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Fong Jioga had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point. Even if Fong Jioga succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo. He would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Fong Jioji's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move. It was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple. If Fong Jioga's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience could announce that he did not know anything. It would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Fong Jioga finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal Chu to the Goo Immortals in the single rooms, and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman to contact Fong Yuan. As long as the Goo Immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's Impatience once. In the letter, Fong Jioga said directly, he was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo. But he had a request. He hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material, True Heaven Silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of White Heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Fong Jioga's true motive, but he had always been eager to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Chu Du immediately replied to Fong Jioga, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the True Heaven Silver. With Fong Jioga's help, Chu Du had confidence. He started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Fong Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Fong Jioga. But now, because of Fong Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Changyang. Both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo. Fong Jioga's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Fong Jioga, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least, but achieved his goal of obstructing Fong Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Fong Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Lang, Yu Blessed Land, had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Fong Jioga to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Fong Jioga had no choice but to persevere while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo is going to repeat itself. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be very interested in this strength goo. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a strength path immortal goo. Opposing Chu Du, neither side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the goo immortals discussed. Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore. He left a seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope. That's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible. Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Feng Yuan frowned as he thought deeply. He had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Feng Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Feng Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head, before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. He thought while bidding. After 2 exchanges, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in his eyes. He had some gains from his earlier thoughts. He had some guesses. I must get this cauldron's strength, immortal goo. Feng Yuan shouted, putting up a brave front. What else does the seller need? Just state it. I will try my best to satisfy them. Same here. What does the seller need? State it. Chu Du was silent for a while before following up without showing any weakness. The main hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple. He is directly challenging Chu Du. As expected, it has started. Is there going to be a second wave? This was the situation during the auction of Worldly Wave Trace Goo. Now, let's see what the seller needs. The seller did not think for long, immediately stating a new request, a wisdom path inheritance. Seeing this request, Chu Du smiled bitterly. He did not have any wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path had been passed down for a long time, but it had always been passed down to only one person. It was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the intense competition and became greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Joga also smiled bitterly. He had many immortal goo, but the seller's request for a wisdom path inheritance was truly difficult for him. Wisdom path was extremely rare. Only a few sects among the 10 great ancient sects had a few wisdom path inheritances. Feng Yuan had offered a high price in Jewel Yellow Skies for a wisdom path inheritance, but he had never gotten it. In the end, he was lucky and only obtained an incomplete inheritance, and the other party urgently needed an ancient, desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path goo worms, but wisdom path inheritances were very rare. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan threw out earlier, most goo immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path goo immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance. Neither did Feng Joga. Feng Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions, asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal goo are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance. This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron's strength, immortal goo, will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal if an immortal goo is not auctioned. A according to the procedure. There will be a second round of auction. The seller of Cauldron Strength, Immortal Gu, also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baisheng received the seller's transmission and announced, "A wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. Even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room, his voice was heard. "I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me." Chu Du heard Feng Yuan's voice, and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Princess Impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances, but he did not have any now. He quickly used Whole Earth Gu in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 Central Continent Gu Immortals. The 9 Central Continent Gu Immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. The other was Chun Jin Chi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock, a flying Grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the 2's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Chinjinchi were not from the same sect as Feng Jioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Jioge finally reached an agreement with Chinjinchi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material true heaven silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere true heaven silver, he wanted to help a precious, incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning Immortal Gu, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, "I do not have an inheritance. I will withdraw from this auction." Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Princess Impatience. They were only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a Wisdom Path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of true heaven silver. That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Feng Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Jioge's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Fong Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Zhouge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Zhouge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Zhouge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Feng Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Zhouge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Zhouge had many similarities with Feng Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron's strength immortal goo was clear now. Domination immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Feng Yuan offered an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. But when Qin Baisheng made the first bid for Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a wisdom path immortal goo, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the goo immortals in the hall interested again. Another mysterious goo immortal is bidding. 11th Secret Room actually offered such a high price, the auction is indeed very deep. Since when did Strength Path Immortal Goo become so popular? Everyone is competing for them. Qin Baisheng was even more curious than the others. He knew that Tai Baiyunsheng and Feng Yuan came together. They should be in the same group. Why did they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Not just him. Even the person involved, Tai Baiyunsheng, was confused. He had only just received Feng Yuan's message. Thus, he made the bid. In any case, the seller could only choose one person to transact. Whether it was Feng Yuan or Tai Baiyunsheng, they would only get one price. From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not violate the rules of the auction. In the 10th Secret Room, Feng Yuan sat on his seat, his fingers tapping on the large handle. He closed his eyes, leaving only a slit as he made another bid, competing with Tai Baiyunsheng. After bidding several times, Tai Baiyunsheng put together all sorts of things, showing his lack of financial resources. Next, he purposely remained silent before bidding, showing his hesitation. After bidding a few more times, Tai Baiyunsheng received Qin Baisheng's notice. After getting his permission, Tai Baiyunsheng received a letter from someone else. The content of this letter was roughly the same as the one he had written to Domination Immortal, with the reason that he fancied a certain precious immortal material in Tai Baiyunsheng's bid. Seeing that Tai Baiyunsheng was not strong enough, he was willing to sponsor him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, as you expected, someone is willing to sponsor me. Tai Baiyunsheng immediately reported this matter to Feng Yuan. Oh! Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, subconsciously straightening his back. Who is it? Sword Master Yulan. Sword Master Yulan. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Sword Master Yulan. Prince's impatience. He could not sit still. Directly stood up and started pacing. Feng Yuan's arrangement just now was just a test that stemmed from some kind of guess. Now that the test had a result, this result made Feng Yuan feel very surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du must have received sponsorship to compete with me. This person is very likely to be Sword Master Yulan. If it is really her, why did she sponsor Chu Du first, and then Tai Baiyunsheng for what? I am afraid it is not because of the immortal material, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into the hands of others. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, so I sold it. If it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength immortal goo, he will not sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo if he needs it. Sword Master Yulan had spent a huge sum earlier, using 2 Strength Path immortal goo to buy worldly wave trace goo. Now, she is thinking of ways to stop my delight in water and mountain immortal goo. For what? The answer had already flashed in his mind. That was the rank 7 immortal goo house, water pavilion. Feng Yuan paced as he pondered. After a while, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look. The secret room had a picturesque scenery, but Feng Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. As if he could see through layers of illusions, he could see the many goo immortals in the hall, Sword Master Yulan in the single room, and even the central continent outside of northern plains. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He sneered in his heart. Amazing, this is a great investment. In my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a certain supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House successfully attracted Prince's impatience with his emotions. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House. Catching everyone off guard, they almost killed Ma Hongyan, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains goo immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioge had vaguely familiar face disguise. Feng Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioge and the other goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path goo immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Feng Yuan's intelligence, gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. Chapter 763. This Sword Master Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected the dots. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Jioge's scheming ability was not inferior to Feng Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Feng Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Jioge was tricked by Chu Du Domination Immortal's letter to Feng Yuan was not known to Feng Jioge. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Jioge truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Jioge's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity. He had too many concerns and his hands were tied. Unlike Feng Yuan, he had Tai by Yunqing to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Jioge's third misfortune was that his opponent, Feng Yuan, was not simple. He was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Feng Yuan sat down again. He quoted the price and acted with Tai by Yunqing while thinking. Now the situation had changed. Feng Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Sword Master Yu Lan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Sword Master Yulan, Feng Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Jioge did not know that Feng Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. Right now, Feng Yuan was thinking about whether to keep delight in water and mountain goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan, or to exchange for cauldron strength immortal goo, or to directly sell delight in water and mountain goo to Sword Master Yulan. To sell it to Sword Master Yulan? With Feng Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Feng Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Feng Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron's strength immortal goo. This strength path, defensive immortal goo, was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Feng Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A wisdom path immortal goo good thought goo, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this cauldron strength immortal goo. The hall was in an uproar, because the goo immortal bidding for cauldron strength immortal goo had an extraordinary background. He was one of the 5 great rank 8 goo immortals of Northern Plains. Refinement path goo immortal Yao Huang. The medicine sovereign is participating in the auction as well. He is a refinement path goo immortal. Why does he need strength path? Don't tell me this cauldron's strength immortal goo. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room, beside Yao Huang, sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lugong. Yin Lugong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this cauldron's strength immortal goo?" Yao Huang chuckled. "Precisely. I want to refine the immortal goo resurrection from the dead. There is a hurdle. I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal. It cannot be tainted by the 5 elements, thus ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal, and chi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, phantom path is the best. Strength path is the best, space path is second, and rule path is the last." Yin Lugong realized, phantom path immortal goo are rare to begin with. They are similar to wisdom path inheritances. Phantom path immortal goo that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this cauldron's strength immortal goo uses strength to form a cauldron. It cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. It is ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent goo refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, and refine, it all depends on the heart. Immortal goo are only tools. How they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lugong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other goo immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story. Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years, Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal goo called resurrection from the dead. As the name suggested, this goo could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked refinement path. He was also most proficient in refining healing goo worms. This resurrection from the dead immortal goo was his first creation. He had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance, using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years, I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining immortal goo resurrection from the dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lugong showed shock and respect on his face. 30% confidence was already very high for refining immortal goo. Once I refine the immortal goo, the biggest beneficiary will not be me, but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lugong while bidding. Yin Lugong's heart shook, Senior is saying. That's right, Yao Huang admitted. This goo involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies. It can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lugong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this immortal goo, not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right. Lifespan goo are hard to find. I do not have much lifespan left. I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it cooperate with me? Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lugong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved. But to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter. Junior needs to inform leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies is already the minimum. To refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo, there needs to be something with life and death Tao marks. Thus, immortal zombies are the best main goo refinement material. I know that in your Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, there is a tomb with all the past immortal zombie corpses. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong quickly waved his hand. Lord Yao Huang, we cannot do that. We immortal zombies pay more attention to this because our bodies are incomplete. If I dig up the tomb, I will definitely incur the wrath of Zombie Alliance. It will also ruin Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation. Think about it. An alliance that even uses the corpses of its own members. Who would want to join such a heartless alliance? Junior has 2 immortal zombie corpses. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. Even so, Junior used the killer move rock skin coffin to keep them inside, to guard the discussion hall's door. I did not use it lightly. You immortal zombies can't even think straight. If I succeed in refining resurrection from the dead immortal goo, it will be very beneficial to you. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression, vaguely exerting pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because of Zombie Alliance's persistence in this matter, Yao Huang had once disguised his identity and infiltrated Zombie Alliance, wanting to steal the immortal zombie corpses personally. But unfortunately, his plan was completely destroyed by the discussion hall's door. Yin Lu Gong was under huge pressure, but he did not dare to give in on this matter. He considered his words before saying, "How about this, Senior? I really cannot make the decision on this matter. Even the 3 of us leaders do not dare to take on this responsibility. We need to inform Leader Fentian and let her decide. Within a few months, we will give you an answer." Yao Huang had an unhappy expression. The 3 of you leaders are truly loyal to Fentian. Yin Lu Gong was covered in cold sweat, hearing Yao Huang's words. It seemed like he had discussed this with the other leaders as well. At the same time, he replied to Yao Huang, "It is quite shameful to say that we are loyal. The truth is, we immortal zombies are more agreeable to Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most goo immortals reject us immortal zombies. They look down on us. Zombie Alliance can be considered our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly, bidding again, pouring all of his unhappiness into this auction. "I withdraw." From the 10th secret room, Fong Yuan's voice could be heard. Not long after, from the 11th secret room, Tai Bai Yunxing also said, "I do not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang. I admit defeat." Yao Huang was determined to obtain Cauldron's strength immortal goo. This was not only his own will, but also to show Yin Lu Gong his determination. To obtain Cauldron's strength immortal goo, he did not hesitate to expose a portion of his wisdom path inheritance. He even split an immortal goo to bid for. The transaction was immediately completed. Yao Huang held Cauldron's strength immortal goo, sighing, "This is only rank 6. It seems I need to put in some effort to raise it to rank 7. That way, I will have more confidence in refining resurrection from the dead goo." Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. He knew these words were directed at him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been persuading him. He was trying to show his determination now. This was the determination of a rank 8 great expert. If it was not handled properly, Yao Huang would be enraged. A rank 8 great expert would attack. Yao Clan and Zombie Alliance might even start an all-out war. The Goo Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron's strength immortal goo would end up in Yao Huang's hands. Fong Yuan backed off. Feng Joga also let out a sigh of relief. This situation was also in line with Feng Joga's benefits. If Fong Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Joga would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a wisdom path immortal goo. They would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Joga could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity. He had been asking Qin Bai Sheng to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier goo cultivator with weak battle strength. Otherwise, he would not be so careful. After the cauldron's strength immortal goo's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next immortal goo. This is the third luck path immortal goo. A goo immortal said, "The mysterious luck path immortal goo had long been famous. Because of giant sun immortal, Northern Plains goo immortals had a special feeling towards luck path immortal goo. The second luck path immortal goo was called Peach Blossom Luck. It had already been bought at a high price. This luck path immortal goo was called Good Luck. It was a storage immortal goo. It could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a fire path immortal goo. Chapter 764. In the following auction, as if it was planned, several luck path immortal goo appeared one after another. Move luck goo that could rapidly expend luck. Seal luck goo that could seal luck. Transfer luck goo that could transfer luck. And also the break luck immortal goo that Fang Yuan had already found out about. Unfortunately, the sellers of these luck path immortal goo had their own needs. They wanted to exchange for mainstream immortal goo like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. If he did not satisfy this basic requirement, Fang Yuan would not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Fang Yuan had tasted the bitterness of luck path before, but he had also tasted the sweetness of luck path. He had wanted to see if he could obtain some luck path immortal goo, but there was no chance at all. The most regretful thing was that he had missed break luck immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had connect luck immortal goo. It could be used with break luck immortal goo. Unfortunately, he did not have enough opportunities. He could not obtain it. This auction was not specially organized for him. Fang Yuan's gains were naturally accompanied by losses. The next immortal goo is a rank 7 luck path immortal goo. It is called Calamity Beckoning. Finally, it was Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's turn. Qin Bai Sheng introduced it slowly. Rank 7 immortal goo were very rare. In this auction, most of them were rank 6 immortal goo. Even though it was only one rank, the difference in value was huge. This was because the success rate of raising rank 6 to rank 7 was very low, and the refinement cost was very high. As for rank 8 immortal goo, there was no one in this auction. The goo immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 immortal goo. They were interested and looked over. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's usage, the goo immortals shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo harmed oneself while benefiting others. Helping others to undergo tribulations would attract calamities and tribulations to oneself. There were people who sacrificed themselves for others, but there was usually an exchange of benefits. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo had a market. Some large forces needed it and could help their own members. Some goo immortals were also interested. They could use this goo to help others and gain profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a rank 7 strength path immortal goo. No one in this auction could take it out. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly informed Qin Bai Sheng, announcing that he could use rank 7-time path immortal goo as well. As expected of Calamity Beckoning immortal goo, I wonder if this immortal goo also came from the goo immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Jiuge pondered for a while before secretly communicating with Qin Bai Sheng, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. Fairy Orchid, you really can't hold it in anymore. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He rejected the request without hesitation. Eventually, because no one bid, Calamity Beckoning immortal goo was not sold. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, it required a rank 7 immortal goo, and it had to be a strength path immortal goo. There were not many of such immortal goo. Most importantly, Calamity Beckoning immortal goo was not as attractive as other immortal goo. In the end, no one showed any interest in it. Feng Yuan's calamity beckoning immortal goo was not the only immortal goo that was not sold. At the very beginning, there was one luck concealment immortal goo that was not sold. After that, several other immortal goo fell into the same fate. For these failed auction immortal goo, there was still a chance. After the auction, there was another segment of the convention, which was free trade. When it was time for free trade, they could still bid. Time continued to pass. Immortal goo after immortal goo appeared on the stage and were bought. The goo immortals' expectations gradually increased. There were few immortal goo left on the list. They were about to be sold out. The final item of this segment would be revealed soon. It was the essence of the luck path true inheritance that Qin Bai Sheng obtained. The next immortal goo is called Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. It is Wisdom Path, rank 6. The seller's condition is a rank 6 Strength Path immortal goo. Defensive immortal goo is the best. Qin Bai Sheng announced. When there were only a few immortal goo left, it was finally Feng Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo's turn. This time he was still asking for a Strength Path immortal goo. As for the immortal zombie body and the requirement for rebirth, he did not mention anything. He also did not mention anything about the White Lotus giant silkworm goo. Once these two matters were mentioned, together with the Strength Path immortal goo, the clues would be too obvious. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. This was already known to everyone. Even if Feng Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince's Impatience and Spirit Affinity House, he would not make such a request without thinking. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo in exchange for a rank 6 Strength Path immortal goo. The threshold for this auction was much lower than Calamity beckoning immortal goo. Qin Bai Sheng had just finished speaking when several goo immortals made their bids. Strength Path was declining, while Wisdom Path was mysterious and undying. In the eyes of most goo immortals, rank 6 Wisdom Path immortal goo were much more enticing than rank 6 Strength Path immortal goo. At once, the atmosphere of the auction for Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo became quite lively. Feng Yuan listened to the bids carefully. He did not move. He was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to make a move. Not long after, Swordmaster Yulan indeed joined the auction. I have an Eat Strength immortal goo. This goo is of both Food Path and Strength Path. It is a Strength Path cultivation immortal goo. It can allow the goo immortals' Strength Path Tao marks to grow on their own by eating Strength Path, beast meat, or fruits and vegetables. It is completely compatible with the goo immortal's body. Once she said this, almost all the goo immortals present were shocked. This is a good immortal goo. For Strength Path goo immortals, it is indeed rare. Food Path no longer exists. It is even worse than Strength Path. At least, Strength Path was still at its peak, but Food Path did not exist, and there are no traces of it now. I have only heard that it is very beneficial for raising goo. Hearing the discussions of the goo immortals in the hall, Feng Joga smiled. This immortal goo did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but not long ago, Feng Joga had expected Feng Yuan's request. Thus he asked Prince's Impatience for help. Even though he had many Strength Path immortal goo, in terms of Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Prince's Impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince's Impatience's grotto heaven. Prince's Impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured Eat Strength immortal goo. This goo was very beneficial to Strength Path goo immortals, but to Prince's Impatience, it was not very useful. Feng Joga sent a letter asking for help. Prince's Impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this goo to Feng Joga's blessed land. Fair Yulan, I wonder if this immortal goo can be transferred? I am willing to use another Strength Path immortal goo to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for Delight in Water and mountain immortal goo. Soon, Chu Du sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this goo he is giving, even though it is also strength path, how can it be more attractive than eat strength goo? Feng Jioge replied, rejecting Chu Du's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious goo immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for strength path immortal goo. It was very likely that he was a strength path goo immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of eat strength immortal goo to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Jioge expected. Feng Yuan heard the introduction of eat strength immortal goo and was shocked and joyful. This eat strength immortal goo was too suitable for him. One had to know that goo immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the goo immortal's body would gain more Tao marks of their own path. The more Tao marks a goo immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Tao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Tao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing goo immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Tao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding immortal goo, the greater the amplification of the immortal goo's power. When Feng Yuan used worldly wave trace immortal goo, the strength path Tao marks on his body were not related to worldly wave trace's water path Tao marks. They conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good. He could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Feng Yuan used strength path immortal goo, like pulling mountain and pulling water, he could resonate with the immortal goo. Not only could he increase the immortal goo's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Feng Yuan could understand the laws of strength path through using the immortal goo. The deeper the understanding, the more his strength path attainment level would increase. It would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Feng Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced. The targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Feng Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Tao marks. There would be no progress in his cultivation level. Of course, to increase Tao marks, I can use immortal goo like Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to carve Tao marks on my body. But such beast strength immortal goo are not suitable for the human body. They are rare and have little effect. The Tao marks engraved by 2 or 3 beast strength immortal goo are not as good as the Tao marks obtained from passing an earthly calamity. Feng Yuan had experience in using beast strength goo worms. Beast strength was not suitable for the human body. It was not easy to use. Sometimes it could create beast phantoms, sometimes it could not. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Feng Yuan obtained, it could engrave a portion of the strength path Tao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle on his body. But these Tao marks were not perfect for Feng Yuan's body. After all, the structure of a human body was different from an eagle. When the Tao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Feng Yuan's body, Feng Yuan would be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle and unleash the strength path beast phantom of an Iron Crown Eagle. Unless he obtained all-out effort immortal goo. All-out effort's true effect was to resonate with the strength path Tao marks on the human body at all times. But Feng Yuan's all-out effort goo was only rank 4. Even though it was his vital goo, he had no idea how to ascend to an immortal. All-out effort goo's immortal goo recipe seemed to have been lost in the long river of history. Regarding this, Feng Yuan's greatest hope was the land spirit of Langya. There were thousands of immortal Gu recipes in Langya blessed land. He hoped that there was an immortal Gu recipe for all-out effort Gu among them. Chapter 765. But currently the relationship between Feng Yuan and land spirit of Langya had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal Gu recipes. Even the mortal Gu recipes, land spirit of Langya treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding Gu refinement, land spirit of Langya was very stingy. Feng Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier. These variant human slaves, as long as they were related to Gu refinement, land spirit of Langya treated them as treasures. Not to mention Gu recipes. But if Feng Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat Strength Immortal Gu could allow Gu immortals to create their own strength path Dao marks. This way, the Dao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant. He could use this immortal Gu to make up for it. Feng Yuan was moved. One could say as long as it was a strength path Gu immortal, they would be moved when they saw Eat Strength Immortal Gu. With this strength path immortal Gu, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Joga sat calmly. He was very confident. Once this Gu appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal Gu. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity! Feng Yuan laughed coldly. At this time, in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid. 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu, along with 15 drops of the immortal material Law Eye Blood. Hearing this voice, Feng Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. But during this process, he did not expose his identity. Feng Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Baisheng. Thus, the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Baisheng, the other Gu immortals present did not know. Qin Baisheng had signed the alliance agreement. He naturally would not leak any information. Thus, Feng Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai by Yinsheng. Feng Joga had made preparations for delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. He asked Prince's impatience for help. How could Feng Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai by Yinsheng to secretly change the secret chamber through Qin Baisheng. Although Tai by Yinsheng did not reveal his and Feng Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai by Yinsheng made his offer, Feng Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Juga secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a Beast Strength Immortal Gu and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. He could use it if he had it. He was also a Strength Path Gu immortal. The reason why he gave up on a Strength Path Immortal Gu. He was eyeing Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity? He could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Feng Yuan was happy to see it. He did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai by Yinsheng raised his bid again. Feng Juga's brows furrowed even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai by Yinsheng immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal Gu. Feng Joga could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this eat strength goo did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Fong Joga did not fall into the trap easily. He was a hero after all. He decided to slow down. This way, he could analyze the situation calmly and also probe Fong Yuan's intentions. Sword Master Yulan stopped bidding, as if she was unwilling to part with Eat Strength Immortal Goo. She backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the Goo Immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message, urging Fong Joga to sell Eat Strength Immortal Goo to him. Fong Joga laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Fong Yuan instructed Tai by Yunsheng, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher. Most of the participating Goo Immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai by Yunsheng were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was Eat Strength Immortal Goo. But Fong Joga did not relent. He seemed to want to compete for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Chu Du did not dare to slack off. He kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent Eat Strength Immortal Goo from falling into his hands. On the other hand, even if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Sword Master Yulan. Tai by Yunsheng's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Fong Joga's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a Goo Immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials. The price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A Wisdom Path Immortal Goo that can only produce joyful can be sold at such a high price. It is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chu Du is involved. He is willing to give up a Strength Path Immortal Goo to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain. He must have his own plans. Chu Du, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression. He was truly lacking in financial resources. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation. The pressure from Tai by Yunsheng made Chu Du feel unwell. When did I, the Grand Domination Immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chu Du had outstanding battle strength. But in this auction, it was not battle strength that mattered, but financial resources. Under Fong Yuan's instructions, Tai by Yunsheng raised the price again. Chu Du gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo's price. Under the attention of the Goo Immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Xia Huang, as an immortal zombie, is actually so shrewd. He is not simple. But Chu Du's financial resources are clearly depleted. He is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Baixing knew. Fong Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. To execute this plan while being part of the situation, it required a lot of judgment, as well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Fong Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead. He kept instructing Tai by Yunsheng to raise the price he was imposing. Chu Du could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Otherwise, he would not bid such a high price, and he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chu Du sighed. He went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this, only Tai by Yunsheng was left. Even so, Tai by Yunsheng raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Sword Master Yuan. It was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Baisheng his decision. Qin Baisheng heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Baisheng were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood, but he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Baisheng shook his head. He was on the stage. He did not have time to think. He announced, 23rd secret room going once. After pausing for a while, he said, 23rd secret room going twice. The Gu immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about delight in water and mountain. Even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price. His goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high. I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment, it is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Feng Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering. Did I guess wrongly? 23rd secret room going thrice. Qin Baisheng shouted until here when he was interrupted. Feng Joga spoke. 1 eat strength immortal Gu, and 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd secret room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai by Yunsheng raised the price alone. Everyone gasped. To think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Baisheng was also stunned. Domination Immortal Chu Du's expression turned pale. He sighed deeply. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Sword Master Yuan, you are really patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai by Yunsheng's voice could be heard. He raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Juga smiled bitterly. After watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd secret room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal Gu, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility. The person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about water pavilions matter? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Joga was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of water pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. Feng Juga quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai by Yunsheng fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the Gu immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu's price continued to rise. Soon it entered the top 5. Next, it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Joga's 2-for-1 exchange for Feng Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal Gu. Do I have to exchange 2-for-1? Feng Juga had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Joga could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchanged 2-for-1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion goo. Feng Joga's target was Water Pavilion, but of the 3 core immortal goo, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion goo. Feng Juga felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Feng Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next, he asked Qin Baisheng for a new request, a complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Joga was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai by Yunxing shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Joga followed. I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai by Yunxing snorted coldly, saying, The seller, please state a new request. The Gu immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise. Qin Baisheng was silent for a while before speaking for Feng Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Juga's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai by Yunxing quickly spoke. I have a perfect killer move, even though it is mortal. It originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. It is unfamiliar face. Unfamiliar face? Thieving heaven demon Venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Juga's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands. His gaze flickered rapidly. He hesitated for a moment before shouting. I also have a killer move, but it is an incomplete immortal move. It originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. It is called Vaguely Familiar Face. Everyone gasped. Feng Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Feng Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had Vaguely Familiar Face, but they kept it a secret. During the 5 Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the Gu immortals in both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was Vaguely Familiar Face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path. But they used a demon Venerable killer move. It was a loss of face. Feng Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Juga. In his previous life, Feng Juga contributed it to the sect. Thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Feng Yuan did not know this. He did not guess that the other party was Feng Juga. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Joga would not give the complete immortal killer move to Feng Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Feng Yuan immediately decided to sell Delight in Water and mount an immortal Gu to Sword Master Yulan. This way, he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and an incomplete Immortal Killer Move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Baisheng was already auctioning the next immortal Gu. Feng Juga was expressionless, looking at delight in water and mountain immortal goo in his hand. His gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal goo. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Eat strength immortal goo is precious, but it is only useful to strength path goo immortals. Even if I sacrificed vaguely familiar face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal goo is still in my hands. I'm not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Juga reflected in his heart. His expression gradually eased. In the hall, many goo immortals were bidding for immortal goo. Fang Yuan was like Feng Juga. He was not on the stage. He was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jiuge gave up Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete wisdom path inheritance was slightly more complete than Fang Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. There was a goo recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 memory thought goo, an immortal goo recipe for recall immortal goo, and several mortal killer moves. This memory thought goo is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this goo, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine recall immortal goo, that would be even better. Fang Yuan inspected it and stored this wisdom path inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine immortal goo for the time being. The cost of refining immortal goo was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Fang Yuan already had many immortal goo. He did not need to use recall immortal goo. It was just icing on the cake. Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if Eat Strength Immortal Goo could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly. It could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Fang Yuan focused on vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad, especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal goo. Core immortal goo. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now, it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Fang Yuan's original plan. He had transformation path attainment level, wisdom goo's help, and the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now, with this 50% of vaguely familiar face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Fang Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Baisheng had already auctioned the final few immortal goo, the second last immortal goo among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The goo immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many goo immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many goo immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal goo they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry. There were many loopholes. It was not as complete as during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Qin Baisheng was well aware of this. but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there are too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. It is a set of Luck Inspection Gu's recipe. Qin Baisheng's words attracted the intense attention of many Gu immortals. Luck Inspection Gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible. It could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only Luck Inspection Gu could do so. It could be said that Luck Inspection Gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the Luck Path True Inheritance, especially when some Gu immortals had bought some Luck Path Immortal Gu, like Move Luck Gu, Seal Luck Gu, Transfer Luck Gu, Break Luck Gu, and so on. They had to be used together with Luck Inspection Gu. Qin Baisheng had his reasons for placing this Luck Inspection Gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless Gu immortals below the stage, Qin Baisheng continued, "This set of Luck Inspection Gu's recipe not only includes mortal Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu." "What? There is no Luck Inspection Immortal Gu?" Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled. "There is indeed a rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. It is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this Immortal Gu, everything related to Luck Inspection Gu is on the stage." Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baisheng's words were very convincing. Not selling Luck Inspection Immortal Gu? Immediately, a Gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke. "A rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this Immortal Gu, can you protect it?" Gu Immortal Guorong's expression changed. He did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat. He scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baisheng, but the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baisheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve Immortal Gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it, be it Immortal Yuan Stone or the immortal materials on the list. They are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list. The quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Fang Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in Gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources. Lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Fang Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for Immortal Gu. The auction started. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of Immortal Gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most Gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another. The momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Fang Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. "I already have 1 Luck Inspection Gu. Unfortunately, Mortal Gu had no effect on immortals. This set of Mortal Gu recipes has no benefit to me." Qin Baisheng said that he had Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. "Even if I obtain a 7th Revolution Remnant recipe, I deduced that Immortal Gu are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal goo. Fang Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, Feng Jiuge, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common. They were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection Gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 Gu recipe. With mortal path luck inspection Gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Gu Master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this Gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal Gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used immortal Gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this Gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions. Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baisheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item, a luck path rank 7 immortal Gu, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this Gu can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baisheng said loudly. This immortal Gu was similar to Calamity beckoning immortal Gu. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 Gu immortals, and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal Gu, there was no need for any luck inspection Gu. It was very practical, as expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding turn misfortune into fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a metal path rank 7 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first place Worldly Wave Trace and second place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, he had many Metal Path Immortal Gu. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Fang Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Gu immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique immortal Gu. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune immortal Gu was especially suitable for spring-autumn cicada. The disadvantage of the spring and autumn cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this immortal goo, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune immortal goo's usage was much more convenient than connect luck immortal goo. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Feng Yuan and characters like the Five Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Feng Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Tian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Feng Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Juga, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Feng Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a rank 7 immortal goo. It was called fortune in misfortune. This goo's power was profound. It targeted immortal aperture, calamities, and tribulations. After goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Tao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in goo immortal cultivation. Fortune from disaster immortal goo targeted this, as long as it was used. After a goo immortal passes the tribulation, the Tao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this goo, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the goo immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Tao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this immortal goo was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded, once again. As a metal path goo immortal, Qin Baixing naturally used a rank 7 metal path immortal goo. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this goo. The following auctions took place, one by one. Luck immortal goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream goo immortals, metal luck, wood luck, water luck, fire luck, and earth luck were the 5 great immortal goo. A rare immortal goo that surpassed luck path and wisdom path. Calculation immortal goo. It could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal goo were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Juga. This was to be expected. Feng Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 goo immortals and most rank 7 goo immortals were like Feng Yuan. They could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Feng Yuan's 2 immortal goo had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction. It is also the most important item. Qin Baixing introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the Gu immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal Gu it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun appeared on the stage. Qin Baisheng explained, "No need to be surprised. I believe many Gu immortals have already guessed it. That's right, these two were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court, Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance, light lump. She obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyan. He is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court, Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyan. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu? Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal Gu. It is Giant Sun Immortal's trump card Gu. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal Gu of yours. However, this fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu seems to be an expendable Gu. It can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate it? In the hall, a Gu immortal suddenly asked. Qin Baisheng smiled as he replied, "According to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal Gu can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal Gu below rank 8 can only observe a portion, and this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven Gu was used on Ma Hongyan, that is because I used soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court, Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned." Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. "First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal Gu recipe of fortune, rivaling heaven immortal Gu, is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu into an immortal Gu worm. Of course, in the process of Gu refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyan." Hearing this, most of the Gu immortals' eyes almost spat out fire. Some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baisheng's lips curled up. He showed a confident smile. "I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now I will auction them because they're not immortal Gu. There is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price. I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone." The Gu immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted, 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Jioga said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts. It only excluded most of the bottom-tier Gu immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas Gu immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Xue Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made their bids. The representatives of the super forces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket. The momentum was terrifying. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the Gu immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Feng Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path. He planned to focus on time path. He did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Lands case. He had more experience than Ma and Zhao. He knew the most basic inside information, the contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, were extremely tempting. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu was rank 8. Feng Yuan was a mere rank 6. How could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Jioga, who bought Zhao Lianyan. The one who obtained Ma Hongyan was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shuehu. This leader of snowy mountain blessed land, the #1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The Gu immortals, especially the representatives of the Huang Jin bloodline superforces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyan fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to old ancestor Shuehu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyan is in the hands of our northern plains righteous path. Many Gu immortals of the Huang Jin tribes consoled themselves, but they did not know that Sword Master Yulan, who represented the will of the Prince's Impatience, was actually Feng Jioga in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next. Everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours, we will start the free transactions. Qin Baisheng said this as he left the platform. He was tired. He had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence. It concerned his own benefits. He had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many Gu immortals could see it. People died for wealth. Qin Baisheng could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baisheng made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal Gu were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though Gu immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baisheng, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gu immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baisheng had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the Gu immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources, right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted. Naturally, they had to inquire about it beforehand. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other, but mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, Feng Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao They were involved in the truth of the imperial court case. Fang Yuan was happy about it, but he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side. He could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gu immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Gu worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gu immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gu immortals desired. Gu immortals manage their immortal apertures and use the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores. Green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily. It was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gu immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller, standing on the platform, actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade, usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for him. This immortal Gu was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Gu. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling. The transaction failed, and this immortal Gu returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Gu immortal captive. Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading, but selling Gu immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction, was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Gu immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baisheng announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baisheng introduced. Some of you might know this Gu immortal captive. His nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 heavenly tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture. Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good. No wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us fire path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire path Gu immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid 1 heavenly tribulation and many earthly calamities. Their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not fire path Gu immortals, most Gu immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baisheng had predicted, Lonerhong, you had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, Wisdom Path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of goo recipes. The rarer the goo recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for desolate beast corpses, Food Path inheritances or clues, Wisdom Path inheritances or clues, Time Path inheritances or clues. He even asked for Battle Bone Will Goo, White Bone Chariot recipes, Lifespan Goo, and so on. Finally, Lonerhong, you belong to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements, Grandmaster, cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so Lonerhong Yu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Lonerhong Yu was sold, it was the next person's turn, according to the rules of free trade. In every round, the Goo Immortal only had 1 chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Goo Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Lengya, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Goo Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shui, Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Goo Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The medicine sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Lengya was not the only thing that could capture Goo Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Goo Immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Goo Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Goo Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Goo Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number, but the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Goo Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Goo Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baishen's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Goo Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Goo recipe of the immortal Goo House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? This immortal Goo House is actually being sold. Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Haha, those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Goo Immortal, who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat. But this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything. They could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the 2 sides broke down. The lone cultivator Goo Immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal farmer soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of immortal farmer soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools. Didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants wood path resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing. I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. The two leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a woodpath immortal goo in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Superforce Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a woodpath immortal goo. We will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted. The temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, Yin Lugong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. Yin Lugong said coldly, I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. Humph! I have a wisdom path unravel mystery immortal goo. I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of zoysious spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Baizu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly. The scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved. His eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly. It should be unravel mystery immortal goo. Floating Astronomy, you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.